My intro's done.
But generally, until you have that airship, you have to figure out the very convoluted path to get from point A to point B. And whenever your characters split up, that's when it's like, oh, I have to figure out what way to get here, except, using a different method.
I got a bunch of new stuff, and a lot of it isn't any good for me.
I basically just melted everything I got.
A lot of it's like improvements, it's just not my playstyle. This, though, I got a red Archaeotech relic of the type that I use with stats that I would actually want, and it's just way better. This is nice. And it shocks anyone that gets too close to me if I'm enraged. That's cool.
That's nice.
I also got some stuff for my friends. But is it any good? Well, item level wise, it's good, but it lacks effects, so the game doesn't consider it to be as good. This is... Oh, I see. Alright, that's simple. I have to check my special location. What is it? Sacred Vault? Yes. What are they selling today? What are you selling? Hi, Lane. What are you selling, Lane? Woo! Oh my gosh, this is great. They have an upgraded staff for me. More damage, more devotion per prayer kill. Lose damage bonus for dot effects applied by skills, but get something chance to on kill gain inoculator charge. That part's bleh. But swap chance to shock to chance on knockback. Upgrade range damage bonus. Get suppression gained on hit suppression damage bonus. That's hot. That is attractive, yes. And then some items that I don't know if they're any good for my guys, because I can't directly compare. I'm gonna get this staff though. I have 350 fate right now. Well, we're gonna spend some. What is this? Crusader, Battle Sister, and Psyker. 244 266 192. 244 266 192. 244, okay. 266, okay. 192. Okay, I think those are all effectively upgrades. So I'm gonna buy all of them.
Alright, I have finished the tech tree.
Hey. Purchase. 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 What's my tech tree at? Tech tree! I wanted that forge efficiency real bad, so I'm gonna get that. 250 fate. I have 80 fate remaining, and I need a total of 150 to get the final thing, which is the Canticles of Enhancement. And then my tech tree will be done. Alright, so, new staff.
You'll be one step closer to being human.
I suppose so. Alright, now... I'm guessing we'll just swap Greatsword for Greatsword. Damage bonus to enemies inflicted by burn. That's kind of hot, because I inflict burn. Same deflect, damage upgrade. Cool. Like 7 level upgrade. Swap your Power Maul to an Eviscerator. Potentially. You know, I could give you the Eviscerator. And give her the Greatsword. It would still be an upgrade from what you originally had. Yeah. Or I could leave her with her Power Maul. Critical damage, damage bonus. The other weapons come with so much more deflect. I think the big difference is just the amount of effects. It is. It's pretty much just the amount of effects. don't know why it considers the power maul so good. It's really not as good. If I'm looking at it. You're getting an eviscerator, lady. Whether you want it or not. Oh yeah, and the Psyker. Horse staff, wood dravine staff. Oh, this is just an amount of differences of effects. But this is better as a default. Technically a different staff. I'm gonna equip that one. Even if it says it's not as good, I consider it better. It comes with a big damage bonus. Alright, salvage. Salvage. Salvage relic. And then this thing gives red. Cool. I see you've gone ahead and done the Cabal thing.
Yeah, it had 2 donations. One was to give money.
Oh, nice. Blessed
and
alloy.
The other one was to
money.
Yeah. Blessed alloy, and then there was another one.
Yeah, electro fragments. I was gonna say, wait, there's one that wants money? I've never seen that.
I mean, it's all money, really. You know, just different forms of currency.
These are crafting materials. I don't think you can sell them.
You know, they're just forms of exchange, you know?
Oh boy. And then relics from the cohorts of Nurgle. Okay.
Because there is no unified money.
Our war zone had gotten up to level 70. We're still not even level 70. So we were doing story. Which means levels. Look at the store if there's anything good. Not really. Okay. Sounds like main story it is then, huh? Sounds like it to me.
What I find really weird is my little Cabal thing has a little explanation point next to it. I do not know why, though.
I don't know why either. Maybe you haven't collected your weekly rewards? That would be my guess.
That would be it, thank you.
Yes. There you go. Happy to help. Alright, so...
Let me go meld this stuff down that I just got.
The Van Winter Legacy. Oh yeah, that captain guy.
Walk away.
Hi, Excalibur. Different as a person you might imagine only hearing their voice. Yeah? And my voice doesn't match my body. I know that. What is this? Worst fears came true. Astute Cavalier become the vessel of chaos cult roaming Tenebra sector. Okay, intercept a ship. Gotcha. Are we retrieving the ship? I think so. Hang on, I gotta adjust my AC. It's too hot. Need more cold. Cold acquired. For now. Yeah.
I find a lot of people feel like that with me just because they...
I feel like that with
I come
everybody.
across a lot younger than I actually am.
I feel like that with everybody that I meet online. Is that
Well, you have that more deeper voice, so everyone just kind of assumes that you're like, you know, a 50-year-old.
I don't mean that they think that with me.
general.
I think when I hear everybody's voice that I meet online that it doesn't fit. That's how I feel. Yeah, up. Move this up.
Yeah, I'm used to clients thinking I'm like 18 or something like that. I'm like, no, I'm 40. I appreciate it though.
Like, oh, thanks. How sweet. All right, are you ready for mission?
I'm ready.
All right.
Now I just have to carefully select the right button.
Yeah.
The button has been.
I'm gonna say, oh no, I haven't used my XP buff. I was like, wait, I don't have any more XP buffs.
I actually have XP buffs.
I don't.
I use them.
You're almost caught up to me in level anyway. We're waiting for DK to load. I can tell.
Excellent.
I can tell
Wait
because
for me to load.
The difference is hilarious. Because I actually realize I'm in a loading screen. It starts taking like 3 times longer.
All Imperial Vox channels are reporting a serious demonic incursion. This world is teetering on the brink of destruction.
Which indicates that the Cavalier could be still here.
Be still here. That rhymed.
The Arby's channels keep repeating the name of their leader, the Blood Drinker.
The Blood Drinker.
Just in time. I'll find him and interrogate him.
How Diablo?
I wouldn't know. There you go. Wub. Oh, he's tanky. For a minute, I got confused that my shots were actually projectiles. I was like, why am I not hitting the guy in the back? It's like, oh, projectile shots. Wow. It's surprisingly not common. Ah. Oh, okay. Unbound grunt. I do find it funny in this game how little you actually need to know about the mechanics of what's happening to play the game.
Yeah.
Like, I never use the cover system. To this day, I still really don't know what suppression is or does. But it doesn't seem to be stopping me. Which is nice. Probably has 2 videos. Nice. Good, good. For which games? Or for just, like, all of them? Because I make a lot of them. Always making more. Like 1 a week. They're hard to make, actually. They take some time. Oh, wait. What? There's a book behind us. There is. It's a clue. I'm not reading that. Get me out of here. Yeah, I'm not reading this.
I'm sorry. I couldn't even read that if I wanted to. I like reading. I don't like reading weirdly fonted text.
Just give me voice acting. Alright, cut some side quests, cut some grind if you need to. Pay for some voice actors. I bet the whole game would be like 10 times better. Come on.
Pretty sure that voice actors would cost more than the game did.
That would be surprising if so. Games are pretty expensive. And again, this is made by the studio that made Van Helsing. And in Van Helsing, literally every character is always voice acted. That's a huge discrepancy. Even like, I remember this one quest in Van Helsing where there's this what is it? It's this side quest where there's this dead guy basically, and even he has voice acting, and you keep running into him in the different games. It's like a recurring joke.
It's not over yet, Captain.
Captain. So DK,
Yeah.
let's discuss how Captain Kirk is objectively the best Star Trek captain, and anyone that says anything else is wrong.
I completely agree with you. No.
Oh, nice. Good, good. Matt Nine's a filthy
I
Picard
absolutely
liker.
hate Picard.
Yeah, me
Picard
too.
is, let me wait for my entire ship to be exploding and on fire. I guess I will raise shields now. In real life, Picard would be dead often enough.
Well, to be fair, I think every Star Trek captain would be dead.
But more
Every
so for
episode
Picard,
is a
because
collection of, like,
Picard
how
waited
the
till
universe
ship
can
was
almost
suddenly
end.
detonated before he would do anything. And if the enemy wasn't bluffing, he'd be dead.
One thing I
Like,
don't
he
understand
relies
about
on
Picard
the enemy not being serious.
is that he looks really old in the show, and
Yeah.
he still looks like really old today. I don't know how
Yeah.
he's still alive. Like, how old was he when the show was recorded? Because I swear to God, he
Right.
was an old man back then.
Yeah.
Like, his hair was white, but he's still alive.
It's funny. Is like you were prepared for an argument with someone who, like, Captain Kirk was their favorite captain. So it's funny.
Yeah. Matt Nine prefers Picard. It makes me so sad.
Picard is my least favorite captain. It goes.
I feel like if I just watched Discovery, I would find a new least favorite captain. So I won't say Picard's my least favorite. Honestly, in terms of the shows I have seen, which I've watched everything up through Enterprise, not including Enterprise, and I've watched, what else? Some of the new ones, some of the reboots. I think the first two, everything before Discovery. My least favorite is Janeway. I can't stand Janeway. She's so annoying. Her whole ship's annoying. Her whole crew, her whole show, her whole story.
I didn't hate Janeway, but I didn't. She wasn't my favorite either.
Matt Nine's favorites are like all my least favorites, because his favorite is like Picard, I think, or Janeway, and then like the other one.
So mine goes Kirk.
Yeah.
And then like somewhere between like and then Cisco and then
Yeah,
Jonathan.
there you go. That's my top two. Kirk and Cisco.
Cisco was the one who punched Q. And I love what Q said. Picard never punched me.
Yeah.
He should have.
I still want to watch Enterprise sometime. I just don't know when I would do it. Since Matt and I won't
Again,
watch it with me.
if we lived closer together, I would just come over and we would have a Enterprise watch party. I have the whole thing on Blu-ray.
Old man with your physical versions of things.
I did not initially own Enterprise. It's just one day I was on Amazon and I saw it was on sale. And like I picked it up because I liked that show. Not everything in that show is perfect or good. But I like most of the episodes.
From what I understand, it's that show. Is this ever gonna link up with that other path? I legitimately don't know. I don't trust it to.
Fair enough.
The thing I think I wouldn't like about Enterprise is I hear that's the one where they start introducing a ridiculous amount of time travel.
It's kind of a subplot called the Temporal Time War,
And
in which other factions are trying to screw with the timeline.
in Star Trek Online, my least favorite parts were the parts with all the time travel. And while I was playing it, I was like, what show is this even from? I don't recognize any of this. And I kept getting told it was from Enterprise, and I was like, I thought Enterprise was just going to be like a prelude thing.
It had a prelude thing, but the idea is that some of the factions were attempting to like cause the Federation not to come into existence.
I wish they just stuck with the prelude thing. I hate time travel.
It's funny, is it kind of does both things. The time thing wasn't necessary, and it's just like an occasional subplot that comes up.
They have some of that stuff in the other shows. I think Deep Space Nine has the most of it out of the 3 shows that I've watched. Technically, I watched 4, actually. I watched the animated Star Trek. I don't think I finished that. I think I got bored of it. I think. I don't know if I actually finished it.
I find most people, though, that say they don't like Kirk never actually watched the original Star Trek with Kirk. They just know Kirk from what other people told them. And Kirk was also a very thoughtful leader. He would stop and think about things before doing it.
I don't think Matt Nines watched the originals.
Everyone just considers him some sort of crazy cowboy, but that's not... That's more like what he was like in the movies, but in the TV show, he was very cautious and careful in his deliberations. So, a lot of people just have this really false opinion.
I haven't heard anyone that prefers someone over Kirk to actually give a reason relating to Kirk. It's usually just, oh, well, that wasn't my first show that I watched. It's usually all it is. Which I don't know why that should affect a character opinion, but there it is.
I hated Next Generation a lot.
I thought it was okay. It was like...
I'll be honest with you, I prefer Discovery over Next Generation.
I refuse to even watch Discovery.
Yeah. To me, Discovery is a greater piece of work than Next Generation.
I refuse to even watch it.
Unwatchable. I just hated it so much. I hated Picard. I liked some of the characters, but it wasn't Picard. Like, take that captain off the bridge. I want to see number 2. Number 2 is the number 1 for me.
I think it was one of my most memorable episodes of Star Trek, and I think this comes from Next Generation, is this... I'm pretty sure this is in Next Generation. Is this episode where they find this species that has developed a genderless society. And if you so much as think about things like romance, they will kidnap you and brainwash you and shave your hair. And it's whatever Picard's number 2 is, gets like into a romantic thing with one of the species, and the episode literally ends with her getting kidnapped and brainwashed, and her hair gets shaved and she doesn't even recognize him anymore. They just completely fucked her right up. And that's the ending. That's how it ends. It's just, well, she's fucked up now. That's it.
The man, the myth, the target. I'll take him out, but I'll use non-lethal methods.
We have non-lethal methods? When did we get those? I don't remember getting non-lethal methods.
He's incapacitated. Take him to the ship and have the Margos biologist prepare the necessary.
Did I set my phaser to stun?
Understood, Inquisitor.
What do I have? A plasma cannon? Plasma gun? Did I set my plasma pistol to stun? Can plasma pistols be set to
like
stun?
You hurt him with your plasma cannon, but then you took your shock whip and you forced him down to the ground.
It took so long for things to come out of this chest. We did it. We did it. We did it. Yay. Spanish. We did it. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. You know, I cannot get this webcam to have an angle that I approve of. It's like it's always 2 down or 2 up. There's no in between.
Sometimes I seriously consider putting my webcam on like my TV just to get a better angle. But then I'd have to actually like look towards my TV. Yeah, I don't know if that's an improvement or not.
See, this sword would be really, really good if I used a melee weapon. But I don't. Funny how that works. What about my boys? Anything for my boys, my girls, my lads, my pals? Nothing great. Salvage, 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 salvage.
It all goes into
Sal-
the salvage hole.
Now I can
Salvage
finally
hole.
like craft and stuff at a better price, which is nice. The only thing I'm missing is the ability to level things up more, which is so insanely expensive to begin with that I just really wouldn't do it anyway. I'd rather just get new gear and not have to worry about it.
Unless you just never get new gear again.
Well, that's a max level thing for me.
I don't know. I find dice systems hate me.
I find that I hate RNG. Just generally. I keep forgetting I have 2 Signums and not 1. I always forget to compare them like that.
Yeah, I really wish the game would show allow you to like say hold shift to compare the other one.
You can. That is a
Yeah,
thing.
but I just wish that was more natively looking. You know what I mean?
Like I just
It's
left shift right now. I'm now comparing.
yeah. I realize it does that. It's just it's more hidden than I prefer.
I forget it's a thing.
Yeah.
So that's my problem.
I've had other games in which you had different things like that, and it was a lot more transparent. But that's not transparent the way they did it.
I'm gonna buy this Signum. Upgrade my other Signum. Alright, let's see. That was that. Talk to Metrodora Thelema. It's the inoculator person, if you haven't spoken to her yet.
The subject embraced the biochemical gifts of the Omnisire wholeheartedly. You can find my report on your data slate.
Give me an outline now.
The Chaos cult that acquired the Cavalier was following the commands of a Chaos sorcerer. I won't utter its name. It burns my tongue like bile.
So, they were spreading the taint on the orders of the word bearers.
That sorcerer recently ordered the
You
Cavalier
have the location.
to return to their headquarters. I have the location for you.
Alright. DK, I got something really rare today.
What's that?
A super comment, whatever they call it. Not a super chat. What do they call it? A super thanks. I almost never get these. I'm a Canadian. He did $2 Canadian. I was like, wow.
Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada.
The astute cavalier. Alright. What is this?
Yeah, I
Link of
think
the
I see a
Heretic
bunch of
Forge event.
those on your-
Increased chance to get crafting materials through the loot system. Okay. What'd you say?
Oh, I said. I think previously, I think I was one of the few ones that did that a lot on that one Texas video.
Yeah, you just kept going to the same Texas video and doing like $5 or $10 super thanks. They actually show me the super thing in my mobile app now. They didn't used to. So I would like see a comment from you on my phone on that video, and I wouldn't see the attached super thanks at first until I got to my computer. I'd be like, where'd that come from? But now they actually show it on the phone.
Well, that's nice.
On the Cavalier.
Sounds like
Doesn't look good.
YouTube is increasing their technology.
Regular maintenance protocol.
I haven't made any more Texas videos, but I've made videos where to demonstrate the war system, I invade Mexico. It's like the next closest thing to Texas, right?
Yeah.
Invading Mexico. Word bearers.
You know, instead of calling it the Gulf of America, I kind of wish we would have called it the Gulf of Texas.
Yeah.
But you can't have it all, right?
No. Beware.
Ah!
I warned you. I said beware.
I'm aware of the anger and frustration boiling among our ranks. In these trying times, we ride 2 juggernauts with 1 harness, following the 8 times blessed orders of our master and the cloudy visions of our sorcerer at the same time. But remember this, the signs and divinations of the endless sea are sacred, like larger, okay. Like, I was struggling with the name Lorger, because, like, I was trying to think of it as larger, or the name... Oh, well.
Why are there so many bodies?
This is so little amount of bodies for the Inquisition. The Inquisition, da-da-da, the Inquisition. Will you confess? No, 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 no. Will you confess? No, 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 no.
Okay, you have a problem.
What's that?
You can't say the word Inquisition.
The Inquisition, da-da, the Inquisition. Will you confess? No, 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 no. Will you convert? No, 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 no. Will you say yes? No, 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 no. The song is forever burned in my mind.
I can tell. One thing that's forever burned into my mind is this scene from Jimmy Neutron where Carl sings a song called Good Morning to You.
Dang. Can you sing it to us?
I'm not singing, no.
Okay. Can we have a sample of the lyrics?
The lyrics are Good morning to you, good morning to you. We're all in our places with sensitive faces. Or sunshiny
Pretty good.
faces. I've made that mistake a lot. With sunshiny faces. And he sings it while terrified because there's like a ghost or something. I forget the exact point. And then Jimmy sneaks behind him. And this is just burned into my memory forever.
Fair enough.
Blech. Oh, is that a dead end? Yes.
Excuse me.
Navigation. I'm playing a lot of like linear hallway map games right now.
My coworker has asked how my progress is in Shooter Code, and I'm like, I haven't started it yet. And they're like, why not? Because I gotta beat Star Ocean 2 first.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make the mistake of starting multiple JRPGs side by side. That just doesn't feel like a good thing to do.
Oh yeah, we were being poisoned the whole time. I didn't even notice.
I didn't even notice.
Yep.
Apparently we resisted the gas so incredibly well.
I'm still waiting. I remember last time we talked about how we're starting to not we just don't believe the commenters talking about this when they say like, oh yeah, you know, the class I'm playing at max level doesn't keep up. I'm still waiting for this game on like the objective, like standard difficulty that scales to your level to actually present any challenge at all, and it has literally not done that. I feel like the more we play the game, the easier it gets.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's definitely getting easier the more we play.
The moment I started getting these guys, it just got so easy. Which I don't mind. I prefer easy to challenging. But I just don't understand all the discussion. Like, oh, the game gets so difficult. You gotta do this, that, and the other thing. This class doesn't keep up. I gotta imagine that they're just scaling up the difficulty themselves to a tremendous degree to actually find something difficult.
That might be it.
Never trust the words of online commenters.
Well, I find a lot of... So, for example, there's this one game, I think I told you about this, where a lot of the game is about grinding.
Mm-hmm.
And each world spawn has a unique item that increases your max hit points by, like, say, 1% or something, nonsense like that. And they just did this, they would generate 12 billion worlds and grab that item 12 billion times to basically just have max invulnerability of just a billion hit points. And they complain that the game is too easy. And everyone else is like, what are you talking about? This is so hard. Oh, you just need to make, 14,000 saves and steal this one item from each one of them. Why would you want to set the pace of the difficulty of the game on creating 14,000 maps to steal a specific item from? That's not where you want to scale your difficulty to. Just because you can doesn't mean the game should be scaled around the difficulty of what someone might do.
No, don't click that yet.
I resisted touching it.
Good.
It was really hard, I want you to know that.
Well, good job, mercenary. You get a chest room. How do we open it? Oh, another thing.
The door is open. I'm going inside.
Why is this its own? Okay, well, don't do that, I guess. What the hell's the other clue for?
I mean, you asked me to open the door, and I hit the thing that obviously opened the door.
Captain, I've gained new insights into your father's case. These word bearers were acting on orders from the sorcerer I encountered on the Martyr. They were trying to find out this rosette and lured your father into a trap to reach their goal.
In the light of these details, is there any chance that the name of my family could be cleared?
Your father acted irresponsibly, but he was not a willing servant of Kane's. We'll see. First, I need that logbook.
Go to my father's private quarters and find his personal cogitator. It will open the chamber where he kept his most treasured possessions.
I just find it weird that we picked up a book and that fulfilled an objective called Search the Sorcerer's Corpse. Now we're going to interact with a corpse, which is going to fulfill Find a Logbook. That is very strange to me.
I've found the logbook, but it won't open.
Take the log back to the ship, Inquisitor. It can only be opened by my ancestral signet ring, which is coded to my DNA.
We did it. We did it. We did it. Yay. Spanish. We did it.
Yay. Vámonos.
Back we go.
have opened the logbook, Inquisitor. It
She
was
has dialogue.
extraordinary. I held in my hands the entire secret history of my house.
I trust it will make fascinating reading, but for now, I only need the details about Uther Tiberius.
I can tell you where Gregor Van Winters took the survivors of the Martyr, but that happened a very, very long time ago.
It is the only lead I have. Take us to those coordinates, Captain.
I'll make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, you have a message from the Conclave.
This is a message from Inquisitor Helena.
Ah, not Helena
I
again.
must tell you, I was in charge of purging the Van Winter family. I have learned that you have reopened the investigation, and in all honesty, I find your decision perplexing. All my actions followed the decrees of the Lex Imperialis and spiritual guidance gained through rigorous penitential practices. Now it falls upon you to make a new decision regarding the future of this house.
Oh, a decision. Morality choice. Puritan. Might have been misled by followers of chaos still involved in heretical deeds. Cannot sanction this kind of behavior. Radical. Was trafficking in forbidden artifacts. Was a victim of unholy machinations in his house. Could be useful in the future. Obviously I'm going Puritan. Why? Because I already checked the stats you get from Puritan and they're way better for me than Radical. That's it.
Captain, I have made my decision regarding the fate of your house. Even if your father made his pacts with no heretical intentions, it won't absolve him of trafficking with the enemy. His punishment was just, and it should remain in effect.
I understand your decision, Inquisitor. I only hope that I can serve your cause in the future with such dedication that you will reconsider my case.
Nah. Achievement. Look, the only thing that matters is my stats, and I need to get on the Puritan path, because, which I'm on now, it's like unlocked, because then I can get some hot bonuses that actually make sense for me. That's it. That's all.
By the way, this is the first time I was allowed to make a decision.
Oh, you were prompted to make that decision too?
I usually get prompted to make the decision, but it negates whatever choice and treats it like I did nothing.
Uh-huh.
This is the first time in which my decision actually mattered.
Probably because this is main story. I don't know.
Well, some of the other main stories, like the decision, like I could click on them, but they didn't do anything. Like they weren't actually interactable buttons for me.
Hmm.
It was more like I saw the screen, and when you made the decision, we just did with it.
So, did you make the correct decision?
I just followed you on this one. If I had known they were different, I would have picked a different one. I don't think Puritan does anything for me that I want.
Look at it again. The Puritan, you get damage reduction from Chaos and Dark Elder enemies, maximum HP and damage bonus to you and nearby allies, which stacks if other players have it. So if both of us have it, it becomes a 4% damage bonus instead of 2%, 8% more HP instead of 4%, 20%
Radical
HP
gives
suppression,
me
regeneration,
sniper attack.
5 seconds after killing a demon. Warp resistance increased by 20% and plus 5 damage bonus upon taking warp damage. 30% of warp damage taken is reflected. 5% damage bonus against Chaos and Dark Eldar enemies. And damage bonus 20% against demons and demon engines. Versus Radical Path is all about doing warp damage. Every bonus has something with doing warp damage.
And the increased... well, there's also one for flat out increasing critical. Which is for my character.
And,
I don't really care.
And there's also a damage bonus for every 1% missing HP. But we're like never missing HP ever.
I'm probably the only one who could probably be missing HP.
Yeah, you.
If I forget to
see
put my
it.
shield on.
I'm never missing HP. It just wouldn't make sense for me. Alright, Uther's Tomb.
I would almost be willing to make a wizard just to test out that warp damage thing. And go pure rogue. But,
Sounds like a lot of work. Alright, coordinates. Abandoned mining station. Nurgle demons. Hey, this is something we need to fight.
Yep.
Nurgle demons. Nurgle demons. Demons of Nurgle. Nurgle demons. Stowy. I learned that an MMORPG that I played for a very short period of time and quit a long time ago has removed the thing that made me quit.
Really? What was that?
So, it's the MMO called Blade and Soul. Early in the game, they give you a special weapon, which me and my friends called it the campaign weapon. Because you get it in the main campaign, and it's better than everything else the game gives you until like the end of the game. It is upgraded by getting item drops, specific item drops from dungeons. However, you were limited to opening one chest from any given dungeon every day. That means you only had one chance a day to get your upgrade, which was RNG. However, you could pay real money to open another chest.
Yeah.
And I spent like a week running this dungeon once a day and not getting the item I needed. And I uninstalled the game. They removed that weapon from the game apparently a few years later. Which is nice. Nice to hear.
Yeah.
That's not a problem anymore. Had that roadblock not been there, the game would have been really fun. And they also released a remastered version of the game recently. So I've thrown it onto the list. Might as well. Remastered. Something to get to if it's still running after I finally finish everything in 14, which is going to take forever. Forever.
I have found the central
Agitator. I hardly know her.
I found an area previously classified as a shrine, but it was sealed off almost 1,000 years ago. If this place used to be a sanctuary for Uther, his followers must have walled off his most private chambers after he died or left. I'm on my way there.
Hi, Elder God. How's it going?
Hi, Elder.
Elder? I hardly know her.
Inquisitor, per your request, a search was initiated in our data troves looking for information on the system dating back millennia.
Going good? Alright.
Original registration marks mining
That's
station
good.
121 as a Type 4 monastery. Status was obtained
I've been
3
busy.
after the alleged arrival of Tiberius. Status was later changed to mining station, then to Plague Ward by inquisitorial orders.
So, Uther's followers made their sanctuary disappear from piles of dead bodies.
Oh yeah, and DK, to go back to the topic of what we were talking about before we started, how I tried the crafting class in 14.
Yeah.
One thing I was happy to see is that you can level them up entirely by doing quests, which prevents the need, at least for the gatherers, for accumulating resources at all and clogging up your inventory. Which is good because there's so little inventory space by default. Unless you start spending money.
Oh, since I grabbed botanist and woodmaker, I was just basically taking the wood and just turning it into solid wood.
I've just been taking leave quests, which just have you gather things that you immediately hand in, so that I don't have to accumulate anything in my inventory at all. because my inventory is already like half full. I don't need to clutter it with more resources. And I don't want to have to pay money for more inventory, and I don't want to have to start selling resources. So I appreciate that it's so easily levelable with quests. It's nice. Level.
Found the gate leading to those ancient corridors.
Oh, back here now.
Proceed to the cogitator to open it. Follow my instructions.
Don't tell me what
I
to
very
do.
much enjoy that a lot of the gathering, like there's actual gathering abilities that actually make gathering easier.
Yeah, you could also just have better gear.
The logs indicate that the gate was accessed several times over the last
I haven't
decade.
bothered
Being
actually
able
getting
to
better
have an
gear.
ability to find me a tree is very useful.
It is nice. And in the log, you can open like the location of anything.
Because there's only specific trees you can cut.
Yeah. It's nice. It's not quite as good as RuneScape skills, but it's nice. The way is open. It was opened by the Mechanicus. Speed? Is that speed? The bass of my footsteps is so loud that sometimes I feel like my real life room is shaking because of it.
Inquisitor, a cruiser is approaching the station.
Cruiser?
Crossing on Inquisitorial Volks Channel.
I hardly know her.
It looks like a tomb, but it's empty. If these Utherians laid their where is the body?
It's here.
Do you request a primer on the rate of human decomposition over millennia?
Don't try my patience, Tech Priest. Even the bones are missing. I'll take a look around. I found proof that this place was raided by an inquisitorial team. They took away Uther's remains, but why? The survivors suspect.
Why?
That I know.
You have visitors. The Inquisitorial ship dispatched a team to the station, and they're heading towards your position.
I'll
Oh
meet them.
no. Wow.
I am Interrogator Kotar. You are in breach of Code Indigo protocols, Inquisitor. Even the agents of the Holy Orders need a special permit to enter this area. I must ask you to lay down your weapons and follow me into custody.
How dare you address me like this? I will do no such thing, Interrogator.
My sincere apologies, Inquisitor, but I must follow my orders. You have left me no choice. Kill him!
Let's pick up where we left off, shall we?
What a
Please,
poor decision that
Inquisitor,
command
I
just
was
made.
only following the orders of Inquisitor Flavius Draken.
Why would an Inquisitor send agents against other Inquisitors?
My orders were extremely specific. After Inquisitor Draken removed the body buried in this tomb, he set up a team to monitor the station and act immediately if the area is breached.
Inquisitor Flavius Draken took away the remains. Where can I find this man?
The last time we had contact, he was preparing for a special assignment. The Conclave must have records on his mission.
Trust me, I'll find him.
Why can't I kill the survivor? Give me the morality choice. Kill him or not kill him.
But you know what's funny is the RoboCop game does have a morality system, but it's not good and evil. It's law and order.
Yeah. You told me about it.
Yeah. And I think that's interesting because that makes sense for a police officer. you know, the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law.
I feel like I would be very letter of the law in my choices. Well, a lot of loot from that one.
Okay. I need a moment. I received a text from my parents. I'm gonna go see what they wanted.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
We have a message for you, Inquisitor, and the coordinates of a world in the subsector.
I have received your request, Inquisitor. I would strongly recommend that you provide more details on the background of your inquiry next time. Still, I see no harm in disclosing the current whereabouts of Inquisitor Draken. Your fellow agent is currently doing the Emperor's work on a world consumed by the flames of the war against chaos. A whole planet cleansed with blood. They could surely use the help of other Inquisitors.
Alright. Help. Yeah, that's what we're bringing. Help, quote unquote. Help. Sure. Let's say that's what we're doing. Alright. I'm still level 69. How have I not leveled up? Crazy. Figured I would have by now. At some point, leveling slows down, I think. This is a new investigation. It's still chapter 4, which I think is the final chapter of the original story. I don't know. The originals give way less XP than this, like, side stuff. Oh, the Chaos Undivided gives a similar amount. Once you get to Jukari Menace, you get a lot more. A lot more. My inoculator up to date? Yes. How's this? We still don't have these unlocked because we don't have the Agartha subsector yet. When the hell do we get the Agartha subsector? Apparently, it's gonna be a while. Week of the Squadron. Oh god, that opened something in my Steam browser. I don't know what that's opening because it's taking forever to load. Custodian Rebus. He like resets all the time, and I don't know what for. All I know is the Cortex fragments take forever to get. Tentacles. These things would take forever. Alright, that page still hasn't loaded, so I'm gonna assume it's never going to load. Is this a button? No. If only I had the ability to craft an orange plasma pistol. The staffs, that's nice, because that's one of the things I use. I don't get upgrades to my plasma pistol as often as I would like. Holy mother of God, some of these things are expensive. Look at this. 288,000 money, plus all these resources. That's crazy. That's so much for something that might not even turn out good. Alright. Morality chart. Ooh, this is new. During an investigation, sometimes you must make a morality choice. Tough decisions. You have to decide someone's fate. Every story-based investigation has morality choices, like in the main storyline, to earn morality points, which can unlock new abilities or even skill trees on the radical or Puritan way. Obtain morality points through priority assignments, which could contain radical or Puritan choices between missions. So, story and that other stuff. So I've already gotten some... Okay. I didn't... This is completely separate. It is, yeah. Well, it's half separate. It's warp resistance, Puritan path skill tree, perk skill tree, and then holy item enhancements. So there's some extra stuff here. don't feel like I have things unlocked there. Unlocks Hater, Warpthorn, Holy Rage. Maybe it unlocks the ability to unlock them. I'm gonna assume that, because these have like a full square versus this like cut up square. I'm gonna assume that's what that means. What's the Puritan perk? Is that something that I can look at? Puritan, yes. 0.2% of your max HP per Puritan morality point as a regenerating energy shield. Heat damage bonus 55% if you have an active energy shield. That's crazy. Considering I do heat damage. And I always have a shield. From God knows where. Just by having a little bit of a shield, you get this massive buff. Well, I need to make another Puritan decision to get that massive buff. What would I replace with it? That would be tough. Devotion gain. Damage per reserve devotion percentage. Per devotion. That's like 50% bonus at max devotion. This helps you get that devotion. You can get devotion just normally, I guess. So I'd probably get rid of this one. And then you'd have a 45%, a 50%, and a 55% damage bonus. That would be really cool. I want that now. What does this do again? A leaderboard. How are we doing on the glory? Not very far just yet. Why is there nothing on this? I don't know. I forget, does the Merciful Agony have anything that I missed? Want something from you? No. I find it funny that they keep that dialogue there, even if there's now nothing behind it.
Emperor be praised, Inquisitor. You are back.
Oh God.
Have you changed your mind about lending us some assistance?
It's weird that some of them have a voice actor and then others don't. This one was added later, I think.
Praised, Inquisitor. You are back.
Ush.
Have you changed your mind about...
Welcome, Inquisitor. How may I be of service?
Fire a service from me. Who? Oh, it's Rebus. I didn't know you could access him through this.
Welcome, Inquisitor.
Keeper
How
of the
may I be
Forge.
service?
I did not remember he was in a special location too. You could actually find him on the map. That's interesting. What's our XP? 108 out of 200. Wow. Will we ever get to these tech tree things? I have no idea. Would be nice. Wonder if there's anything I can craft. Item level 59, but it's still considered really good. 'Cause I can get up to 69 at this point. Relic neural implant. But I can't make orange. This thing's green, so getting something at least as good should be simple, right? I think so. Because I can make purple, right? So a main implant. I wonder if I can make one. A main implant. Yeah, I can make purple. This isn't too demanding either. 72k right now. Not a lot of resources. Mostly chemical reagents. I wish I have extras.
Rez.
Hi.
Rez, I just want to burn the world.
Why?
I have no idea what I was doing in that conversation, but
Okay.
all I can say is I'm really sorry, and I have no idea.
Alright. Damn, these are not coming out like I want them to. Oh well. So I looked at the Puritan path, by the way. because we have the morality tab open. There's extra bonuses there. Like I got, the first thing you get is a 10% passive warp resistance that's not on that skill tree. If you go the other direction, radical, you get a 10% warp damage bonus. And at the end of this path, you get the ability to enhance based on which path you choose. And there's a perk for it as well. Hit C and then hit morality at the top. And they have perks too. And I looked at the Puritan perk, and it is absolutely perfect for me. Because when I get it, and that would be the next thing that I get, it gives, if I have any shield at all, a 55% heat damage bonus. That's huge. It also gives you shield and shield regeneration, which is cool. Nice.
Okay. See?
Okay, so bad news, DK.
What's that?
The next main story mission is a unique campaign mission that has to be completed in single-player mode by each party member.
Do we have to split up then?
Yes.
Okay.
That's annoying. This is the second time this happened. Alright. Nereus 3 under siege. But why? Are we going into the big mech like last time? No.
So I'm doing the under siege mission, right?
Yes.
Draken's last known location was at the command center. In the meantime, the unclean maggots have surrounded the fortifications.
Should I fight an entire army on my own?
You carry the Emperor's will as your torch. You can destroy the armies of darkness.
Any suggestions how?
I've been listening in on the Astra Militarum Vox chatter. They have a shadow sword.
Oh, we're gonna steal a tank.
Ready to break the blockade near your location.
Then I will requisition that
Are
tank.
we stealing a Beyblade?
We're stealing a tank. That's why this is special. I don't like these missions.
Attention, guardsmen! Inquisitor taking command! At ease, Commander. Awaiting your orders, Inquisitor. By the powers vested in me, I hereby requisition your vehicle. Take me through the enemy lines to the command center. Yes, Inquisitor. With an agent of the Holy Orders among us, we have nothing to fear.
I hate this. I hate these. Oh, what the hell? So what does this do? Repair the tank. Volcano cannon shot. Armor breaking. And then this doesn't have anything. All the not tank guys are staying behind.
I know it goes without saying, Inquisitor, but we will do everything we can to help. We would follow your commands whatever the situation.
I don't see why they couldn't just have a player control one of the laser cannons.
Yeah. Oh, and the best part is, there's automatic side turrets that fire, just in general.
Yeah, this is a Baneblade. It's a specific model, I don't know the specific model version.
Funny enough, with this being in close range is better than long range, just because of the automatic fire that assists you. Also, your right click does not have very good range. Well, you can fire the right click while moving though, that's nice.
Probably aware of Draken's reputation around here, Inquisitor. But allow me to clarify. Draken is a legend among us. When we win this war, our victory will be due in no small part to him.
Tank battle. So many graphical glitches. What's happening? I think these missions are honestly the hardest part of the game. I just wish there were less of them.
I like them, I just wish they were co-op.
I don't like them.
Like, EDF tells us you can have a player with a giant tank, and the other player cannot have the giant tank, and everything's fine.
I just want to play the damn character I made, not this stupid tank. I'm an Inquisitor. What makes you think I want to drive a tank? Why can't I get an angle on this fucker? This tank is more useful than the mech, but so doesn't mean I like it.
Oh gosh, the main volcano cannon does so much damage.
It does, yeah. It's like it one-shots everything.
Boy, that right click, that is great range.
Draken is one of the most cold-blooded Inquisitors I've ever seen. But he must be, I suppose. Inquisitor Draken is the protector of this world. I've heard rumors that he even had his own fortress built round here.
At least this one has a repair button.
The other one had a repair button too.
Oh, it didn't. I had to sit for a very long time just waiting for it to repair because it had no repair button.
Yeah, there is a button to let you repair the Imperial.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah.
There was 4 buttons. I refuse to believe that I somehow missed 1 out of 4 buttons.
Okay. I think I was always at full, like, health.
Yeah, you said you never took damage to begin with somehow.
Praise the Emperor! We fought our way through the enemy lines. We can't take you beyond this point, Inquisitor. The Emperor's blessing be upon you. They will need your help in there.
I made it, but they're still enemies. I'm getting shot at. We can't take you beyond this point, and then I drive beyond this point. Alright.
I gotta be honest, I think this is harder than the mech.
That was so much easier than the mech. Just because there was a repair button and your main attack one-shots everything.
The repair button has such a long delay, and this thing takes so much damage.
All I had to do was essentially spam that button whenever it was available, and I never had to stop. With the mech, I had to stop because there was no repair button and just wait for minutes at a time.
Back up and retreat.
I haven't. It was so easy. I had to do literally nothing. I just point gun, one-shot everything.
Involved. It doesn't help that I have enemies spawning behind me and on my sides.
I just turn and shoot them. I get close to them, and then like the side guns just kill everything that I don't one shot. It was very.
The side guns almost like don't kill a lot of the things that I want to die.
Based on your
like,
experience in these
manually
missions,
target
I am convinced that you have a different game than me.
Yeah, I think so.
Because again, that mech died so easily. It took minutes at a time to let it repair. This tank, it never went down to half HP at one point, even as I charged directly into the enemies.
Oh wow! Like really early on, mine went all the way up to 30% down.
For half the mission, I didn't even use the repairs because I just didn't need them. For a lot of it, just how slow it was going from point A to point B between the fights, it would do a lot of the repairing automatically, even without me doing something. I only had to do the repairs in the bigger fights that were prolonged.
But I think it's also the fact that I could barely see those enemies. And I couldn't figure out what was attacking me, so I'd have to like completely swirl around, and all my weapons basically wouldn't hurt any of the enemies.
Are you done with
so
your
I'd have
mission?
to keep spinning. Yeah, I'm done.
There you go.
Excellent. Yeah, I prefer the mech over the tank.
I never want to be in that mech again. It was awful.
I don't mind the tank, it's just not my preference.
I prefer the tank, but I'd rather not do the tank either.
That's fair.
I don't like any of these vehicle segments. If I'm playing co-op, what makes you think I suddenly want to drop into single player?
Yeah, that, as I said, EDF tells us you can give player the giant, like, loader mech, and the other players will be okay with that. I imagine if the game let like you dictate who drives the tank and who is not in the tank, you would just pick the one you would prefer, and everyone would be happy.
I think that if you want to base your story, like main story, off of mechanics that do not support co-op players, that you should just make a separate co-op story. At that point.
Hey, some games make a separate co-op story
Yeah.
for no other reason. Like they could have just taken the campaign and made it
Yes.
co-op, but
That's
they
usually
choose
the
to
ones that
instead
have
do
it.
something worse.
I don't
And
know
I'm
why
like,
they do that.
There is no mechanical reason for us not to just enjoy the story. Like the story already had the premise of a co-op partner. I don't know why you wanted to do something so elaborate.
Honestly, that's how I feel about Inquisition. Why is the co-op some stupid wave-based game? Why can't someone just come into my game and start playing one of my companions?
Yeah, thankfully Rogue Trader lets you do that, and I like that.
That's how, like, all old-school CRPGs with multiplayer do it. Like, even Baldur's Gate just let you drop in. Although you would drop in with your own character. Your own custom character. And you could have, like,
You
8
can do
characters.
that in Rogue Trader, but like that requires a little more effort.
Like, in single player, you could
by
have, like, a
default, I would
party of
just-
4. And then with co-op, you could have, like, a party of 8.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious. I saw Rogue Trader appeared on the Xbox Live subscription or whatever, Game Pass.
Nice. I like the idea of more people enjoying that game. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
I think they did a really good job with it.
Not that this would convince me to play. It wouldn't. But I still find it stupid that they now own World of Warcraft, but they don't include it with Game Pass.
Yeah.
Like, everything they've
Because
said
that
about their
makes the
future
money.
growth and how they want to expand Game Pass, everything they've said about it indicates that they would want World of Warcraft on Game Pass. I think it's silly that they haven't done it.
Because that's money.
But it's, if they put it on Game Pass, it's the kind of money that they say that they want. They want more Game Pass subscribers. They talk about it all the time.
Yeah, but I think the subscription for WoW is... The Game Pass would have to become more expensive.
Have destroyed the defenses. I even found a knight on the list of casualties.
Those mongrels have destroyed a combat walker. Curses be upon them.
The traitors took prisoners. I'm going to rescue them. There is still hope that someone has information about Draken.
Draken. You know what they should do then? They should just make it so that you get everything except the newest expansion. And if you want the newest expansion, you have to go buy it. Easy. Regardless, it wouldn't convince me to play it. It just seems like the kind of thing they would want to do. Based on everything they say all the time.
Combine everything into one thing.
Yes.
We can call it the WoW Pass.
Just like I think that Square Enix should make a Kingdom Hearts MMO and then tie it heavily into Final Fantasy XIV. I think it's stupid that they haven't done it.
I feel like if they did do a Kingdom Hearts MMO, it would probably never make it stateside.
Why not?
So many MMOs
they
don't
got
make it stateside.
two Final Fantasy MMOs stateside.
Yeah, but a lot of MMOs don't.
Kingdom Hearts is a lot more popular in the West than Final Fantasy.
This is true. But you know, Square, they don't like money, so...
They like money, they just don't like smart things that make them more money. They like easy things that make them money.
But I guess, you know, a Kingdom Hearts MMO, I imagine like 60% will go to Disney. So I don't see why Disney doesn't ask for one of those. Because I heard Disney wants money, but you know, maybe I'm wrong as well. Maybe Disney doesn't like money either.
It's too much of a risk. Why not just make a shitty mobile game instead? I've tried a lot of mobile games recently, and I can't find any that are actually good.
I'm surprised they didn't port their mobile MMO to PC and maybe do a little update to it.
Effort. The new AMD GPUs have released.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
Are they any good?
Yeah, they definitely are. They're a good upgrade from their, specific predecessors. The architecture that they have works better with a lot of games than previous.
So they didn't do the NVIDIA thing in which they sold a lower end card for even more money with the idea that there will be AI there.
It is $250 cheaper than its NVIDIA counterpart, which is a big difference.
Yeah.
Although I mostly blame that on
AMD's
NVIDIA raising their prices so much.
Yeah.
I think it has less to do with AMD keeping their prices low and more to do with NVIDIA deciding this generation that their cards should go up by like 1.5 times in price. And AMD's ray tracing performance has literally doubled. Their AI performance has literally doubled.
Ray tracing is nice, but I'm not sure like that to me is a compelling reason to buy a card.
I don't play new enough games too often to really care about it. I think I played one game with ray tracing ever, and that's Control. And it had little enough ray tracing that my 7800 XT had no issue running it.
Which game was that?
Control.
Control. Okay.
Yes. Which I only played because it was one of your bribes. I don't know if you remember that.
I do remember it was one of my bribes. I didn't know you had played it.
I had played it, yeah.
Okay.
I hated it.
I wanted to see your reaction to the ketchup.
I fucking hated. I hated it.
Okay.
The story was so, like, I had no idea what was going on at any point. At one point, I just kept going to see
played it. I'll be honest. I've been
got
seriously every day wondering what day you'll play it. That's when this was going on in my mind.
I already played it.
I'll have to. Is it on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay. I'll have to look for it then.
I had a lot of internet troubles that day.
So they could torture them.
Brainwash them to servitude.
It's okay.
Praise the Emperor. You have
I didn't actually want you to beat the game. I just wanted. I was willing to totally do that bribe just to see your reaction to that one letter at the beginning of the game about ketchup bottles.
Draken had to make a decision, and he made it with a very heavy heart. When he realized that the city could not be saved, but the rest of our world still has a fighting chance, he has returned to his fortress. He is keeping the main Chaos forces occupied until reinforcements arrive.
I assure you, the reinforcements have arrived.
I don't know. I'm looking. I'm unaware if with all the internet difficulties I had, if I actually kept that stream archive up. I might have deleted it. I might have, because I don't see it. But I definitely played it. Yeah, I don't see it. You can ask Pilgrim, he was there.
Okay.
He showed up, and I was like, I was just talking about it. I was talking like, oh man, I'm surprised I disliked this game so much. I thought this was gonna be better. And he's like, oh yeah, I fucking hated it. I was like, you hated it? That's weird. Usually he's at least okay with most games that he plays. He doesn't usually hate games, ever.
I liked Control. I was just really bad at playing it.
The pilot of the Crimson Wanderer, at your service. Well met, sir. You are a freeblade, aren't you? A lonesome warrior reporting for duty. Sir Caradoc, roaming the sector, fighting our enemies.
This is the Imperial Knight.
Did the traitorous scum really destroy your knight? They had something more obscene in mind. But that would have taken longer, and I know in my heart that the Crimson Wanderer is still waiting for me in the hangar.
Okay, so this is the Imperial Knight. This is how we know him. We rescued him on this mission.
Is that the guy with the mech?
Yep.
Okay.
I remember the name Crimson, the Crimson Crusader, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was his... Okay, well there we go. This is how we made him.
I'm glad you realized that, because I thought he was just some rando.
I remember the Crimson Crusader part. I don't pay a lot of attention to the story to this game, but that was the one thing I remember.
I try to pay attention, but, you know, it's Warhammer 40k. A lot of it is just random bullshit techno-babble that makes absolutely no sense.
By the Emperor, we are saved.
We are saved.
Yeah, for me, I have my own headcanon, because Warhammer 40k is a scary, horrible place, but it's also very silly. And it's this weird combination of horror and silliness. And to me, that is what makes Warhammer 40k fun.
Crawling with armies of monstrosities. But don't lose heart, Inquisitor. The true gifts of the Emperor come at the most unexpected moments. What do you have in mind, Sir Caradoc?
This is a quest worthy of the Crimson Wanderer. I will take it upon myself to fight my way through the battlefield and clear your way to the fortress.
And speaking about the mech, it sounds like we'll be playing the mech again.
No. Yeah, the one, it comes from the main campaign. And then they just re-reference it later in what we accidentally skipped ahead and did.
Okay.
Level 70! Yeah. Okay, no, I need that much. What else do I want after I have all this purity? Serenity, judgment, damage bonus, a lot of damage bonus. What about serenity? Prayer bonus, bonus, devotion spent. We'll go with judgment. Crit chance, suppression damage bonus, crit strength. Damage bonus for remaining points of devotion, but less max devotion. 20% damage bonus for 10 seconds after using the inoculator. Maybe I skip that one. Passives. Hey. Oh, so we just like have this stuff immediately? What? Oh no, we just unlock the ability to get it, I guess. Okay. I can unlock Puritan things now. Warp damage taken is reflected. Yes. Let's get damage bonus against Chaos and Dark Eldar. Sure. Holy mother of items. I have like 3 pages of stuff. What the hell? On the topic of Control and ray tracing, though, Control is one of those games that has really, really light amounts of ray tracing. So even like the earliest, like first generation AMD cards actually handle it really well.
The only one I played with ray tracing was a PS5 game, because obviously my PC doesn't do ray tracing. In which the PS5 version of Cyberpunk, you can turn on ray tracing. Like, you can either not turn it on or turn it on.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is interesting looking. I'll play it like this. But boy, I'm not sure that this is that big of a visual quality difference for me to lose this frame rate.
Yeah.
Because essentially it gave me a frame rate very similar to the PS4 Pro version of Cyberpunk.
Eventually it's just gonna be everything. Eventually everything will just use it. Once the standard is that every person is using like graphics cards that can support it in some way, everything will just stop doing normal rasterization, because why make 2 things when you can make 1?
Oh yeah. I mean, you remember the days in which games had to have like DirectX 9 and DirectX 10
God, I
and
hated
DirectX 11 rendering engine.
I barely saw anything actually have DirectX 10. There was only a couple games, like Shogun 2 had it.
I've played a lot more games that support DirectX 10 as an option, and I found they generally ran better than like the DirectX 10 renderer worked a lot better than the DirectX 11 renderer.
Yeah, I thought that was the case too. But I barely ever saw DirectX 10 compared to 9 and 11.
But I realized that sometimes the DirectX 10 just didn't have the features that the DirectX 11 had, but the DirectX 11 came with like massive load time requirements, and it's like, I don't care how pretty it is if I have to wait an additional 30 minutes to load. I'm not sure I don't know if that visual improvement is worth 30 minutes of my time each time I load.
I can give
if
my
it's a
Psyker
one-time thing,
one of 2 skills. One gives HP and HP regen, and the other gives an energy shield. I can get one or the other. Really interesting, because HP and HP regen sounds really cool until I remember that I never lose HP to begin with.
Yeah.
As a result, it's like the energy shield seems better in that respect, because he could just constantly grant it to everybody instead of like only using it in an emergency.
Yeah.
But then it's like, if I ever reach a point where I do start losing health, then having the HP regen would just be better. And the HP. HP and HP regen, that's interesting. But I guess the energy shield just makes more sense because I never lose HP. Yeah. I'll just take that then. I don't want it, but I'll take it. Why not? And what about you? This is maxed. Exalted by murder. Rifles. You don't use rifles. Inoculator. Ranged attacks. You don't use ranged attacks. A lot of these skills just don't matter for you. They don't. Damage bonus against slowed, shocked, stunned seems not so bad. But this ranged attack thing just doesn't matter. 25% chance to deal 2 times damage 3 seconds after using movement skills. I mean, I could go for that first. I don't need this inoculator thing because I never use my inoculator. I don't know how many points she actually gets in the end fully. I assume this damage bonus is really good and worth going through this high explosive shit, even if I'll never use it. I assume. I'll start going for it. Beckett.
Hey, can I ask a completely unreasonable request of you?
What?
Can you approve something that I just added to your throne?
If it's unreasonable, then what is it?
I want to buy you a PS4 game for you to have. For you and Matt 9.
I don't have a PS4.
But Matt 9 does.
Yeah, somewhere, I guess. So basically, you want me to give this to Matt 9, basically.
Maybe you each could play it or whatever. I don't know.
I think he uses his PS4 for his TV in his room or something, as like his movie player. Like, this is his media player. So I would not be able to use this.
Okay. Gotcha.
He would be able to use this, so I can add it if you want me to give this to him.
Yeah. And the thing is, there's only one copy left. So I got to be quick with this one.
Save with used. Good, I see. So yes, you want me to just give this to him?
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright. It looks at it really weird. It doesn't understand that there's a used thing available.
I don't think I could buy it new, unfortunately.
It has a shipping cost no matter what. Okay. I have to enter all this information manually. Because Throne doesn't understand used things at all. I think this is good? No, it's missing something.
Unhappy, I'm sorry.
What?
Oh, I said it's unhappy.
No, it just requires a lot of input. I think I did it.
Well, let me go quickly pay for that.
I think I did it.
Yep, I see it.
I think I did it correctly. Everything's inputted correctly.
Alright. Cool. I have placed the order.
Alright, well, Matt 9's getting a random game.
It's Gundam Breaker 3. To me, one of the best Gundam Breaker games. Particularly, this is the forgiveness letter for him playing New Gundam Breaker. Oh,
The forgiveness letter.
yeah.
Initiate. This takes a lot of steps.
So sorry.
Place.
If there was more than one, then it would have been probably a little bit different thing.
Okay, I think I did it.
Yay.
Alright, well, Matt 9 will be getting that. But yeah, he uses that as his, like, his TV or whatever, his media, so it stays in his room.
Fair enough.
Alright, it's ordered.
Nice. And now Matt, I can't say I never bought him anything.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna tell him. I'm just gonna wait till I have it, and I'm just gonna walk up to him and say, "Here you go."
So it's funny. Is Gundam Breaker 3 is in English. It's not dubbed in English, but it's like in English. All the menus, everything is in English. The whole game is in English. They translated it into English for Singapore. And then they chose not to release it here. For no other reason than... Huh?
So this is something from Singapore?
Yeah. So they translated it into English for Singapore, but not... And then
There's a
not to
lot
release
of
it in
like
America.
MMORPGs that have fully functional English translations in the East that never get ported to the West. It's actually very common.
Bandai does this a lot. A lot of the strategy Gundam games do not would actually get released in Singapore, fully translated into English. I could not tell you why they do that.
Yep, the next one is gonna be the mech.
Oh, I was right? Okay,
Yep.
so I need to hop out.
Yep. I hate these missions.
For me, it's awkward because I have to go through another loading screen
Yeah.
to get back to the ship.
All set, Inquisitor. The Crimson Wanderer, this magnificent relic of our glorious past, is ready to strike down the unclean and the corrupted. I will guide my knight to the very gates of Draken's fortress.
Yeah, no, there is no repair button on this mech.
Oh, you see, it's right underneath the
No.
the
There
green
is no
button
repair
on the-
button on this mech, DK.
Okay, open up your cockpit.
That's
and
not
on
a
the
thing.
top
What are you
right, there's a
talking about?
knob, and you have to pull the knob and spin it 180 degrees to the left.
No, DK.
For reasons that I won't divulge at the moment.
Mech, 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 mech.
I understand that you have more questions. Sadly, I mustn't talk about my house. I gave up our heraldry for a reason. My oath prevents me from discussing my past. But I still dream about our proud castles, the mighty ramparts, forges, furnaces, the ranks of our proud knights marching against the enemy. We thwarted countless invasions by the foul Xenos, you know.
So weird to not be able to one-shot these tanks anymore.
Do you know there was a Warhammer game called Fleet Freeblade?
Nope.
I'm approaching Dragon's subterranean fortress. I've been monitoring the local Vox channels, and I've learned that the Inquisitor is very hard-pressed to keep the tide at bay.
Sadly, unfortunately, because you won't tell me anything about your house, I just have to assume everything you say is a lie.
Welcome there.
A lot of stuff here. Sometimes when enemies are behind cover, it makes me literally walk up to their cover.
Remember to hold shift.
It's a big ass mech. Graphical glitching. That's a base. Jesus Christ. Alright, cleared. This is so weak, what the hell? Ah, that's weak. Might as well not even have that attack. Alright, back we go. It's weird to have the WASD controls be turning instead of strafing like on the main character. Why do these shadows keep breaking?
The Emperor protects. We have arrived. Soon I will place a teleport beacon here, so you can jump straight to the gates anytime you like. I cannot follow you any further, Inquisitor. Rest assured, though, that I won't stray too far while you are down here.
I think they, for these missions, that they did not change the distance that shadows spawn in or anything based on the new heightened POV. So it still thinks for spawning purposes that you are like way lower than you are. Unlocked a skill tree from taking suppression damage. Okay. Majos Biologus. And what's that one? It's the health skill tree. I thought this was already unlocked, but alright. Good to know. And no missions. Or no items, I mean. I hope that's the last one of those missions that we ever find. Please, for the love of God, let that be the end of that. This investigation is called Through Fire and Flames. Why is it Dragon Force? $116 fate. Let me know when you're done with your mission.
Okay.
What? And one thing I do have in this room is a PlayStation 3. It hasn't been turned on in who knows how many years. Like half a decade at this point, but it's there. It exists.
Oh, wow.
I question its operability after being off for so long, but who knows? It probably functions. Maybe. There used to be another PS4 in the house, which is how I ended up playing some PS4 games for a little bit. But that one left with the owner. And the last standalone console I ever bought was the PS3. After that, I got the Vita, and I never paid for another console again. Because I was distracted.
I wanted
by
the
Arma
Vita,
2.
but I never got it.
I didn't want
I had
it.
the PSP for the longest time.
It was technically a gift. I didn't want it. I didn't care about it. It was just given to me. With my own money, I just had to make the choice between, PS4 or gaming computer. And so came into existence my AMD 290X FX 6300 overclocked to 5 gigahertz thing. I forget if this was before 16 gigs of RAM. I think it was. I think this was back in the 8 gigs of RAM days.
Really a sad day.
But it's fine, because, like, Arma 2 only used, like, 4 gigs of RAM max, so...
I could never get Arma 2 to work well.
It worked pretty well for me. Out of all the Arma games I played, it, performance-wise, was the most functional. I took forever to start playing Arma 3, even when I got it, because I was waiting for them to fix the performance to be more like Arma 2, and they just never did that. It's just always run like complete garbage.
See, for me, Arma 3 actually ran better than Arma 2. Arma 2 actually made me not go into Arma 3 as soon as I would have, because I just assumed since Arma 2 was garbage on my PC, Arma 3 would be garbage on my PC, so I just never tried.
I would test on every time I had a new setup. I would go into Arma 3 and go to a specific location that was somewhat demanding to test the FPS. It was like some forested area. I remember I got exactly like 47 FPS there every time I went there. I got that FPS on my 290X FX 6300 build. I then got that exact FPS on my 1070 6700K build. I then got that exact FPS on my 5700 XT 3700X build. My RAM had gone from 8 gigs to 16. Absolutely no improvements. Like, it probably went from Windows 7 to 10, and this spot would give me the same exact FPS no matter what. I could change settings and it wouldn't affect the FPS at all. The only thing that affected FPS was lowering the render distance. And it was after that, on the third PC, that I figured out this is literally never going to improve. This has nothing to do with my hardware. It's just the game. I've been on like 3 different architectures across 2 different brands at this point, and there has not been a 1 FPS improvement or loss in this spot. And that's when I was just like, well, I guess it's time to start playing Arma 3, because it's literally never gonna change, ever. Whereas in Arma 2, on the earliest build there, going to an equivalent spot, I was getting over 100 FPS. It was crazy. That's part of why I hate Arma 3. It's just always run like complete garbage.
I do find it funny is that I had such a poor experience with Arma 2. I had Arma 2 free edition.
Free edition?
Yeah. And I would do the scenario editor. I would place myself down. And just with my character alone, it was like 4 frames per second. So then I would just uninstall Arma 2.
I would not have bothered playing DayZ for 3 years straight as like my only game if I had 4 FPS.
Yeah, I was like,
and
okay,
DayZ was a lot more demanding than Arma 2.
Yeah.
It was a lot more demanding.
But like that made me just assume that Arma 3 would just never work. And I never tried.
I assumed Arma 3 would be as good. I was amazed when it wasn't. And then I just assumed it would improve. And I literally waited like a decade, nearly, or about, before really actually starting to play it. I had tried to play it a little bit before a decade had passed, but then my main story had bugged out into this like game-breaking bug where I could no longer proceed. And even going back and making my way there again, this game-breaking bug was still there.
Oh gosh.
So I waited eventually till, you know, that decade, and then I was able to complete the campaign. Yay!
Stupid question. Do you already have Homeworld 3?
No.
Okay, good. You're going to get Homeworld 3. Because
I will warn you, I've played Homeworld 1 and 2 and hated both of them.
Cool, you can hate this one as well. Okay.
I actually bought the Deserts of Karak at some point, I think. I just haven't played it yet.
Because one of my free games for this month is Homeworld 3. I already own the Super Elite Fleet Edition. I don't need another copy of Homeworld 3 in my life.
Yeah, I mean, the concept of space RTS is cool, but I barely got anywhere in the first 2. I just found them so annoying.
Potentially useful assets, but their current situation is terminal. Immediate action required.
Guess I'll take it off my ignore list.
Yeah, as soon as we're done with this mission, I'll send you the key.
Blackbird Interactive. What the hell did you find over there?
Apparently a demon and some Imperial troops.
There was no marker that this was a side quest, but that's a lot like a side quest. Why is Omicron Arc Artificer, which I don't even think that's whose picture's up there, stuck at my top right as if there's a dialogue when there's not?
I don't know. Maybe he just forgot to close the comm link.
Oh, yeah. See, that's Ambrose, not Artificer, whoever the fuck.
Have amassed a colossal fighting force. They're about to launch a new attack. I can hardly wait.
Now you'll pay, scum. Whew. Blueprint. At this point, blueprints are just money. There was a chest over here, by the way.
Okay.
Well, let's see what you found clearing that room. Hi, DK.
Hi.
Bye, DK.
Apparently we both have our own squads now.
Yeah, yours are from whatever side thing you did. Ugh.
Apparently I walked into the hallway of side quest.
Yeah, it was weird because it never had any marker of existing. And this is a story mission. Story missions don't usually have side quests.
I guess I got lucky with the dice.
I don't think there's dice involved. These missions are like pre-built. It's the open world missions that are not pre-built.
I'm underground captain in a besieged inquisitorial fortress. My
Forgive me for asking, but do Inquisitors have their own fortresses?
Sometimes an Inquisitor needs a base of operations for armories, supply depots, and vaults.
Have you ever been tempted to have one of your own?
Honestly, I wouldn't mind having a fortress.
Yeah, I think we're a ways away from having a fortress. We don't even have our own ship. We've commandeered someone else's ship. We do everything ourselves. We're like bottom bitch Inquisitor status. These things that are getting destroyed in here are messing with my frame time so much.
Here, let me help.
If Red Faction could handle things getting destroyed, how do games these days not handle it?
It's not that it can't handle it, it's the physics engine that probably can't handle it. Red Faction didn't have a physics engine.
Uh-huh.
So everything was just a Actually, wait, this game definitely doesn't have a physics engine. I assume that is actually why it's so bad, is it doesn't have a physics engine. It's just all canned animation.
No idea.
There's a dude with an exclamation point. I will not talk to him.
He's the main objective. And I'm clearing side rooms. Stuff.
Inquisitor, that's what I call perfect timing. Did the Conclave send you?
No, I came on my own volition. After all, you have tried to have me killed.
Ah, you must be the one who sent my interrogator fleeing. The time of reckoning has come, is it not?
It seems so.
Do you want to execute me? Will you make it look like I perished during the battle? That's what I would do.
I don't doubt it. At the moment, I only want to talk to you, Draken, about Uther Tiberius.
You really chose the most untimely moment to interrogate me.
I'll make sure that you survive, and I'll get my answers after that.
Sounds reasonable. I'll take care of this side. You deal with the rest. Get ready.
Oh. It's suddenly a defense mission.
I will wade into the dark tide with blazing weapons.
Dark Tide? We're not playing Dark Tide. Wrong game.
You must survive. Wave 1 of 3. Midgets. Kill streak. I feel like our Space Marine says that sentence a lot.
I don't know why our Space Marine is not down here fighting.
He never does anything.
He got his butt kicked once, and then he like
It's just
decided to like
stuck
phone
on the
everything
ship
in from
forever
henceforth.
now.
Is he in fact a Space Marine, or in fact a like fake Minotaur Space Marine?
He's a Space Marine.
I wonder if he's one of the Minotaur lazy people that work for the nobles.
He talks nonstop about wanting to fight alongside us. He just never does for some reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's a discount Space Marine.
That was wave 1.
Do you think Titus would just sit on that spaceship and never come down?
What carnage! But if certain death is all that awaits me here, I will gladly make that covenant. Keep fighting, Inquisitor. I'm on my way to their leader. Fight.
Bop, bugga, bop. Bop, bugga, bop,
Why
bugga,
are
bop.
you fighting this? Just let us fight the leader.
I don't know. Trying to make him seem epic or something. I can push him around, that's funny.
What a glorious day! How are you faring, Inquisitor? If I fall, my death will have had a purpose.
No! We came here to inquire. You cannot die. Raz, can you tell him no?
Well, considering he appears later in the story that we've already seen, I don't think I need to.
Okay.
They're all dead already. Just the last guy, just by himself, just one guy. The hell?
I'm truly grateful for the task you gave me, Inquisitor. I'm almost there. Only one wave left.
The task we give you? I don't feel like we ever gave him a task. He gave that to himself.
That is correct.
I was like, I don't feel like I want to be responsible for this.
No, we didn't give you shit. Making that up.
You told us you were gonna go do this. And
That is, yep, that is correct. Hey, spawn. You're dead. One thing, something I find fun about 40k games is how many of them there are.
oh yeah.
It's like, imagine if you started Dragon Age and found out that there was 30 of them. That would be cool. But that's not the case. The only downside is that absolutely no Warhammer game I have ever seen has attempted to explain what Warhammer is. Or anything about it. It just assumes you know. Everything, for the most part, that I've learned about Warhammer, I've learned through inference of just playing so many games set in Warhammer. What the hell? It gets really weird once you start playing Warhammer Fantasy as well, and you're just like, what?
Yeah, there's a weird crossover between 40k and fantasy.
Inquisitor, you'd make a valuable ally, or a fearsome adversary. What do you want to know about Uther Tiberius?
You removed his vestiges from his tomb and you set up a kill team to protect the secret. I want to know where Uther's remains are.
You are looking for Uther's sacred vestiges, but you seem to have no idea what you're dealing with. I won't tell you anything, Inquisitor.
Draken, I've been
Kill
following
him.
the trail of Uther Tiberius for a very long time. Believe me, what I found on the Martyr could have grave consequences for the Imperium. So talk to me.
What? You visited Uther's sacred monastery? Forgive me, I didn't realize. You must be the one our mutual friend mentioned. My sincerest apologies.
How did you not know that we were where your kill team was?
Are the remains?
That doesn't make any
The
sense.
tomb wasn't secure anymore. The guardian of the corpus became weak and old, just like our order. I had to make a hard decision. We had to transfer the sacred vestiges to a safer place. It's on a moon that isn't even charted.
That's not what's
Find the
written.
coordinates in the cogitator.
It's written that it doesn't even exist. Puritan or radical. Draken committed heroic deeds. He's trying to kill an agent of the Inquisition. and he has indicated the existence of a secret conspiracy. This is heresy, and I cannot let him live. I'm so happy the Puritan decision is to kill him, because I really want to kill him. Radical is he chose questionable methods, seems to have ties with a secret group. He understands sometimes we must commit to unconventional acts for the Imperium he can live. No. I'm very happy the Puritan decision is the one I would actually make.
Okay, this is an example in which I wasn't allowed to choose. The screen appeared, but it wasn't interactable. But I guess that would make sense.
Get fucked, nerd. Now, I wish this wasn't tied to stats, because I'd love to make decisions like this based on my preference and not based on what stat bonuses I want. Because there was one or two things where I wouldn't have made the decision that I made if it was actually just a choice and had nothing to do with stats. But it does have something to do with stats, so here we are.
Oh.
Captain, I have all the answers I was looking for. I'm on my way back.
Yay. We did it. Spanish, we did it. Ah. Whoosh.
By the way, I've sent you the key in Discord.
I see. Homeworld 3. My SSD that has games on it is filling up again. Let me tell you. Investigation complete. Level 1 Nereus system influence reached. Armor, common loot box. Uther's tomb. Wow. Eye implant. Sword. A sword would only be good if I used swords, but I don't. There's a lot of loot. And with my class, I must sort through it 4 times. Next. Although it's usually not better, but sometimes it is. So it forces me to check. Okay. It's not better. What's this thing though? Neural implant. Much higher level, but apparently just worse. I could see it. Salvage, salvage, salvage. Everything. And there's some stuff to go in the stowage. Oh, not that. Not the blueprint. The blueprint gets sold. The blueprint is for selling.
Inquisitor, we have arrived at the coordinates you gave me. You also have a message from the Conclave.
We have received reports of your recent encounter with Inquisitor Draken. We appreciate the way you handled the situation.
They appreciate that I killed him.
Draken exceeded his authority in certain cases, and we will make.
He said they appreciate my flexibility, and that he'll be severely punished. And I'm like, I don't feel like I made either of those decisions. Okay.
They say they're gonna reprimand him. I don't understand how that's possible, considering he's dead.
Yes, that confuses me. Like,
Seem to understand our work often requires some adjustments to the decrees, but I didn't pick the one that adjusts any decrees. I picked the Puritan one. I think it's just a very generic thing, no matter what you pick.
Honestly, I have no idea. This moon doesn't appear in any Imperial records, although it houses an ecclesiarchy cathedral.
Anything else I should be aware of?
Our Argers keep picking up
You sound so
disturbing warp
bothered.
signatures from this segment of the void. However,
Void.
there is an Imperial fortress defending the cathedral. It could hold the answers you need.
It could, but does it? Does it? The Forbidden Cathedral. I am now of the level of our current war zone missions. I guess we could do those before it goes up in level again, which is like 2 missions. Just do them piecemeal as our level improves. Are you ready for a mission?
Yep, I'm ready.
Are you Freddy?
No, I'm Chris.
Who the fuck is Chris? Battle 41. Damn.
The 41st battle in the 40,000th millennium.
3 debuffs now. It's of my level. It's not of your level, but it is of my level. Amazon has taken my money.
Excellent. Well, I'm hoping it actually ships and it's not in too shitty of a condition. I realize that there's no more copies of that game on Amazon.
The very existence of this filth defiles the Imperium. They may be great in numbers, but if we sever the head, the body will die. Kill their leaders and break their will.
Special man. Special guy. I wonder what my Puritan rating is now. Around we go. After playing Final Fantasy XIV, it's actually becoming strange to me when I encounter a telegraph that works as all other telegraphs in video games do. Where the moment it goes away is when you get hit instead of, like, that's when the attack animation starts. Something that I want someone to make is like a more sandboxy or dynamic version of Mass Effect, where the focus is on the exploration and diplomacy with new races.
That'd be kind of cool.
Not about using those things as a backdrop for fighting the Reapers.
Yeah.
There was a Star Trek game in like the 90s that worked like that. So I don't believe it would be too much to want someone to make today.
I kind of wish that more of your team could deploy. Like,
yeah,
sure, you want to form a 4-man squad, but then you have another 4-man squad of other characters that are like supporting you, like they deploy above you and they're like offering like cover fire and so forth.
Give me my second mech warrior lance. Basically.
Yeah. And I think that would be really cool. The fact that the game doesn't do that is so weird to me. It's like, I'm not one of the 3 people. I guess I'm staying home. And it just doesn't make sense from a military standpoint. Like deploying multiple shuttles to different points.
Moment in all of Mass Effect was actually in my favorite Mass Effect game. It's Mass Effect 2, when your ship gets taken over. That is my least favorite singular moment in all of Mass Effect.
Why is that?
Like, just having to stealth around, and like, they delete the core gameplay loop and replace it with this thing where suddenly you are helpless and you must simply sneak or it's game over if you get detected. It's like, I didn't sign up for a survival space horror game. I didn't buy Alien. I bought Mass Effect. So what the fuck is this shit? I hate it so much that I actually hate it more than the stupid vehicle segments from the first game. Which are the exact reason why I did not beat Mass Effect 1 ever. I've played every Mass Effect and I've only beaten half of them. 2 and 3, that's it.
I think what's funny is part of me liked the Mass Effect series, but then like I always felt like I was trapped in a corridor the entire time, and I didn't like that.
This is a hallway shooter. Matt 9 loves Mass Effect, but he doesn't care about Dragon Age, and I'm the opposite. I love Dragon Age, and I think Mass Effect, like half of them were good and half of them were complete garbage.
Like, I went back to play Mass Effect 1 because I'd never played it before. I found out I really liked it.
Oh, I hated it. They put it on PlayStation after a while, and I tried it, and I was like, this is terrible. And once I got to the first vehicle segment, I played that vehicle segment for maybe like 5 minutes, and then I uninstalled the game. I was like, yeah, nope, not doing this. Ooh. Orange stuff.
I got green stuff.
I got some orange SOM codes. Not that I use my SOM codes, but I also got some orange force fields. Not that I use force fields, but still cool. But even Dragon Age, I will certainly never willfully play another Dragon Age ever again. Even though it's like my favorite series ever.
Dragon Age again.
I don't doubt the ability of publishers to pump out things that nobody likes.
They fired the entire Dragon Age team, and they said they're discontinuing the series.
Oh, they have?
Officially from EA.
Oh, nice. Good, I'm happy.
They don't intend to make any more Dragon Age games.
I'm actually happy about that. Can I read about this? Because that's so cool. Dragon Age team fired. It fires every writer who worked on Dragon Age. Entire studio's writing team. What about the rest of the team? Who's their writers? Is it just the writers? Dragon Age discontinued. I don't see anything official about it being discontinued.
They said they were gonna move on to Mass Effect specifically.
Because, you know, the last time they did that went so well. This is why I believe they could make one again. Because look at how Mass Effect went, and they're still going to make another one.
Yeah. I liked Mass Effect Andromeda. There were just certain things that I feel they should have done differently.
I thought if it worked perfectly, then I think it would have just been like a bit of a step down from 3, but better than 1. Like fully playable from beginning to end. The problem is that it hard crashed my computer 3 times. I gave up after the 3rd time. After the game had been discontinued from updates. And the fact that in this state, there was a bug where trying to use your, like, pull up your 4th weapon by hitting the number 4, pulled out your 3rd weapon. No matter what you bound it to, it would pull out your 3rd weapon. So you had to scroll to it specifically to pull out your 4th weapon.
Thankfully, I only played it on console, so I never got any of those.
If I had played it on console, I think I would actually like it. Because I played it on PC, I don't know if I consider it worse or as bad or better than the first game, but
I kind of always
awful.
based off the fact that, like, I could never get the first Dragon Age to work on my PC, so I just kind of like kept with that concept of
first
just playing
Dragon
it on
Age
console.
or Mass
Yeah,
Effect?
the first Dragon Age. I couldn't get the first Dragon Age to work.
Hey,
on
Nurgle
my
Demons.
PC. So I just like all BioWare games like that. I just like play console.
I had to do some tinkering to make Origins work after so long for Mat 9. It was functional, but it had some crashes, and I had to do some tinkering to fix them.
I couldn't get the game to ever boot.
Well, I got it to work after a very long time. It just involved some modifications.
But I think now if I wanted to play Dragon Age, I'd have to go to my PS3 to play Dragon Age Origins.
Heresy and corruption is spun by powerful beings and perverted minds.
I wouldn't even bother. Even though Origins is my favorite game ever, I would not willfully play it again.
I would never play Dragon Age 2 again.
I actually never beat 2. I got to the ending twice, but I never beat it. So when I watched Mat 9 beat it, that was a first for me. And I continue to question how come in every single Dragon Age game, Mat 9 would side with the Templars on literally everything until a final choice is made, and then he sides with the mages. And then talk shit when they become, like, demonic and shit. It's like, what did you expect? The whole game prepared you for this. And he's like, yeah.
Part of me always hated the Templars.
As a kid, I hated the Templars.
But I
loved the
always
mages.
played as a wizard, so I had the wizards, like, racism against the Templars. I tried to be understanding, but
I've only played a mage ever in Origins. Because I played everything in Origins. But I always hated the Templars. Because Teenage Rez was very rebel mindset. Down with the man. Good shit like that.
I just distrusted them, and I usually found my distrust.
I just thought they were the big bad guy telling everyone what to do.
I understood why they were so extreme, but on the other hand, I felt like understanding was just something they gave up on.
At some point of being an adult, I transitioned from rebel to whatever the law says is correct. And so now I would just side with the Templars on literally everything. Oh, there's 50 mages and one of you turned out to be a rebel, and now you want me to help save you because the law says that now the Templars will eradicate all of you? No, I'm gonna help the Templars kill all of you. That's just what I've transformed into. Which is why I think in that that RoboCop game, you said the Law and Order. I'm probably going to pick Law every single time, based on how you described them. The law says you die.
Well, very rarely does the law say you die, thankfully.
The law, the only time I disagree with the law is in 40k when it says to kill the Eldar.
But thankfully, you know, Papa Smurf agrees with you. Though some people think he's a heretic because of that.
Are the perfect allies. In basically every instance, humans and the Eldars are like always working on the exact same goal.
It's really good if the humans and the Eldar could just, you know, agree to work together, because it's just so much better for us not to be working against each other. Like, Dawn of War 2 is just basically the Eldar not telling us their plans.
Yes. There's a lot of games that are like that.
Three times.
Yeah, there's a lot of games like that. That happens in Battlefleet Gothic Armada as well. But you can change it, thankfully. How you doing, Jacob? There is a new DA out, and apparently it got the entire writing team fired and the series discontinued for now, because it was so bad. But I saw that coming. I saw that coming. I will never willfully play that Dragon Age. Before it released, I knew it would be bad. After it released, it's only confirmed that it's bad. They basically... I love it. They did what they did with Mass Effect Andromeda. Basically fucking up Mass Effect and losing a lot of money. And then they said, you know what? Let's go make that same mistake with Dragon Age. I question why EA doesn't want money. Like, isn't that what a publisher's supposed to want, is money?
No.
I thought publishers wanted money.
No, that's just a rumor. I mean, it's just like Bandai, like, translating a game to English and then choosing not to sell it here.
I think they do want money. I think it's just that whoever is in charge or advising those that are in charge are just so out of touch that they don't know what will make money. Make Matt 9 do it? No, because that means I'd have to sit there with him. And I don't want to. I'd rather play whatever the upcoming Kingdom Hearts game is. And I've played every Kingdom Hearts and hated all of them, than sit through a playthrough of my own or Matt 9 playing the new Dragon Age. I'd rather play the newest Dragon's Dogma, and I don't want to play that game.
Is there a particular reason you don't want to play that?
I might have had two reasons, but the one I remember the most is the pay to win. Like, they charged $70 and then had a gigantic list of pay to win microtransactions. I saw this and put it on my ignore list like day one. There might have been a second reason. I don't know if I found a second reason. I'm gonna look for it right now to see. Mute that. Let's see. Okay, I'm looking to see if I found a second reason. Yes, I have. Let's call it 1.5 reason. I also hate the character creator. So those are the two reasons. Number one, the pay to win. Number two, the character creator. Other than that, it looks fun. But it's just.
I liked Dragon Age 2. I'm sorry.
Dogma.
I liked Dragon's Dogma 2.
Yeah.
I just don't have the time to play it, and I never exited the tutorial area. Because every time I explore the tutorial area, it freaking changes and I find new monsters.
If I could delete every system that has to do with all the pay-to-win microtransactions they have, and delete that character creator from the game, I would play it. But...
it's the same microtransaction from the first game.
when I played the first game, there were no microtransactions.
There were.
Yes, I know that there
was-
were,
Yeah.
but when I got to it, there was none.
But the thing is that microtransactions like stupid because it's the rift crystals for you to recruit characters higher level than you, which is dumb. I don't understand why you would want to recruit characters higher level than you, because you can recruit party members for free as long as they are within your level 5, like 5 levels, as long as they're not like 10 or 20 or 30.
There's other things that are pay to win, like these stupid port crystals.
Is that like the fast?
It's more teleports.
The fast travel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never used a fast travel thing. Even in the original one, I didn't use.
They
the
have
fast
other
travel
items
system.
here. Like they have a lot. They have like 5 things that are just like instant revives that you can buy. They have a lot of shit. I've seen
liked
worse,
the-
but like they
So
have
far, I've really
in terms of
enjoyed the camping
DLC,
system.
the cost is the same as the game. So if you bought everything, it's $140. I don't care. It's my favorite game in the world. I'm not paying $140 for a game.
That's fair.
Like if you repackage Dragon, if a different dev studio and a different publisher that was not EA and not BioWare, if my favorite publisher dev studio in existence right now remade Dragon Age Origins and made it look beautiful, made it bug-free, and maybe even added some really cool stuff, but it was $140, I would probably put on ignore every game that dev studio and publisher has ever made and uninstall everything they've ever made. That moment.
By the way, the most expensive DLC is their soundtrack for $30.
Yeah. That's
They
crazy.
think the soundtrack is worth $30.
A soundtrack for $30 is nuts. Like, what the hell?
What the heck?
Soundtracks are usually like $5. Where do you get $30 from?
Yeah, maybe the sound team gets all the money.
$30 for a soundtrack and $70 for the game is just insane.
Yeah, I took advantage of some particular powerful sales that worked in my favor.
Yeah, I've just had the game on ignore since day one, and it's never leaving my ignore. Never.
What if you just obtain it one day though?
Well, then I take it off of my ignore, but I wouldn't install it.
Okay.
There's tiers of how much I don't want to play certain games. For example, a good example is the game that you're going to have us play, Portal 2.
Mm-hmm.
If I just had Portal 2, I would never play it.
That's fair.
With bribery, sure, I'll play it. But if I just acquired Portal 2, I would never play it.
Yeah, understandable. Unfortunately, I have no interest in watching you play Dragon's Dogma, so I'm not gonna try to bribe you to do that.
Why is that unfortunate?
Well, for some people might want that, but the thing is, I don't want to watch someone play Dragon's Dogma. I want to play it myself.
Yeah. For me, I think it's fortunate.
Yeah.
Wait process for price to drop. The price will drop eventually. But with some developers, with some publishers, I think Capcom is one of these, the price only drops during sales. And they don't actually lower the price itself. I think Capcom is one of those.
You know what's really funny is the original Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. It had some accidental bugs in it, in which it would take you to the purchase page for DLC that was included in Dark Arisen. They had left over some of the scripts for the original Dragon's Dogma.
Yeah.
to get you to buy DLC that you already had for $16. Or it was $16 or $20.
I remember before I got Matt 9 to play Dragon Age, his entire opinion of Dragon Age was based on the fact that you can, after the introduction of the game, go into the woods and find a cutscene advertisement for a DLC quest. which I think is the one for Shale, if I remember correctly. It's
I remember.
it's like a dialogue which leads to like, hey, buy the
gamers.
DLC. His entire
Yeah,
opinion of Dragon Age was based on that one thing. Before
Yeah,
then.
I remember like so many PC gamers lost their crap over that, and I don't know. I didn't have an opinion of that.
I didn't care at the time. I think I would care now, but at the time I didn't care.
It has been ravaged by chaos recently, and the hostiles must still be here.
If I cared, I would have to like give Star Wars: The Old Republic more crap than I do.
Yeah, my mom.
Who, by the way, took my subscription money and never gave me anything in exchange for it.
Yeah. Also, another reason I wouldn't want to play Dragon's Dogma, thought of a third one. I hate Capcom. It was years ago that I took every Capcom game that I didn't own and put it on my ignore list. And I've told this story. Do you remember why I did that?
No.
Because of Monster Hunter World.
Oh gosh.
Because they released it and it was just, the online was broken on PC for like a year straight, and it took them 3 months to acknowledge that there might be issues. I just couldn't believe it. And at that moment I was like, you know what, Capcom is just garbage, and I just like put everything Capcom on my ignore list. I think eventually I decided to undo that. But I think I redid it after I saw Dragon's Dogma 2 release.
It is one of the most well-hidden reliquaries in the sector.
Indeed, it could also mean that Uther's followers have considerable influence in the
Blech. My top 2 favorite games now exist in series that I never want to play again. My number 3 does not. Because number 3 is the first Sword Art game, of which I played 3 games and will gladly play more. I don't know what my number 4 is. I don't know if I could figure that out. Why is it so
But
dark?
don't worry, I will find you more games to hate.
Well, I'm talking about my top games, not my most hated games.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I could add games you like. Can't promise that.
I mean, I play games that I like all the time. It shouldn't be that hard.
The servant of the Ecclesiarchy has been relocated to a dedicated shelter.
Like, I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV now, and I think it's great. Easy.
I'm glad.
I think... look, I saw a video today. I mentioned this briefly. But I think I would actually really like Final Fantasy XVI, based on what I've seen about it.
Okay.
Even though I've hated most Final Fantasy games I've tried.
I think the last Final Fantasy game I truly enjoyed was Final Fantasy VI.
I enjoyed the second and third tactics, not the first one.
But like it's one of those things where like often enough, the reason I don't like a Final Fantasy game is I don't like the character.
Oh yeah. That's a huge problem
Like-
I've noticed with Japanese games, is they love making these super hateable characters as the protagonists.
You know, for the longest time I hated Final Fantasy VII. I couldn't like.
I
played that, and the
never
entire
played it.
time I just wanted to like strangle Cloud. Like everyone's like, "Oh, he's so amazing." I just hated his emo personality. Maybe you know, Like, I disliked Final Fantasy VII. The remake I've warmed up to a little bit because he's not so emo in that one. And then Final Fantasy VIII Squall, his whole thing was being even more edgier and emo. And I guess I just don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me. It's not a rational personality choice.
I disliked the first Tactics because of the gameplay. I disliked 10 because of the story and the gameplay. I half liked and half liked 12. 12 just got boring after a while, so I never beat it. I really liked everything about 13, except for the fact that it crashed nonstop and that it kept resetting me back to a save, and then I couldn't get to the next save before it crashed again. So I literally couldn't progress in the game. I liked it, it was just broken. Second and third Tactics I really liked, no complaints. And then I think that's all the ones that I played before now.
For me, Tactics, there was this one battle. I really, like, the amount of grinding you had to do was just enormous. Just to have, like, worthwhile characters. And then the game duplicated one of my characters and then, like, had him just walk around and just one-shot my whole party. And that's just when I quit. Because I didn't know how to solve that problem.
So the video I watched earlier today was actually complaining about the similarities between 14 and 16. Specifically, that he finds the games too easy. And that while he runs around, there's no chance of him dying while he's progressing through the game. And it's funny, because like that kind of relates to, like, you know, you running into a problem you could not get past. Because it is my opinion in games that if you are progressing through the story, if there is a chance that your average player is going to die while engaging in the core gameplay loop, you know, different to just like standing there and doing nothing,
yeah,
that you have failed your game design. But I actually really liked this video, even though it was the exact opposite of what I thought.
I did play that one Final Fantasy where you play as the prince and the other two guys. I played a little bit of it.
I don't know what that is.
It's on my damn shelf. I don't know, it's one of the newer Final Fantasies. It's the one with the car.
I think 15 has a car. To be fair,
And
there's
like,
not a lot
it.
of new Final Fantasies.
Yeah. That's the newest Final Fantasy I spent any time with, and
which was the newest until recently.
Yeah. I was like, well, I didn't hate it. I just didn't get enough time to determine if I liked it or not. You know what I mean? I just didn't get enough time to spend with it. It was very difficult, but I'm okay with some difficulty. Having my character duplicated and do 9,989 damage to each of my characters, because I overgrinded a character.
Who are you and what happened here? I am Brother Tilhart, and I am a sinner. Sinners we all were. We brought this upon us. We should have never have brought a holy relic to this forsaken moon. Could you be more specific, priest? You don't have to worry, Inquisitor. We all went through proper mind-cleansing rituals. Rest assured, I don't remember the name of the Imperial Saint. At least that information is still secure. Who gave you this assignment? A most revered agent of the Holy Ordos. He never told us his name. When did the filth of chaos arrive? When the ancient anchor engines first manifested problems, I begged my brothers to seek assistance from the cult Mechanicus, but they didn't listen. And then the rotten stigma flared up,
The machine started to slow down, and suddenly the moon was teeming with these accursed traitors.
Where are they?
I'm afraid they have entered the cathedral. But I can tell you the whereabouts of a secret entrance. You must stop them.
You should go to my ship.
My
Oh.
health prevents me from leaving this place, Inquisitor. But I'll stay in contact with you all along the way.
Thought we were getting a new ship member. Not that it has any relevance on gameplay.
By the way, yeah, you were correct. I just found it on my shelf. I sent you a picture of it.
Royal Edition. I wish they would stop using Roman numerals.
It's always been a Final Fantasy thing.
I wish they would get rid of it. For the love of
The
God,
only time they
you're
didn't
Japanese. Why are you using Roman numerals?
I guess they like him.
Well, I think they should change because the world should revolve around my preferences.
Okay. I'll let them know this.
Good. So I've learned I really like the game building philosophy of the creator of Final Fantasy 14 and 16. But I dislike most other things about him. For example, I once saw an interview where he considered the phrase JRPG insulting.
I understood why he said that, but I think he misunderstands.
I read that
Some people do.
and thought, this dumb little bitch. And then I closed the article.
So, like, there are some people who use JRPG as a, what do you call it? As a insult. They see JRPGs as, because it's a JRPG, it's a lesser product.
I've never encountered that until he complained about it.
It's one of those things where a very small people think like that.
Yeah, I've seen two categories in my life.
Seems to
Category
he seems
one.
to think everyone thinks the same way on that.
Category one's the players that play JRPGs, and they use it more as a compliment. Like, yes, this is the type of RPG I like. This is the good kind of RPG. Normal RPGs don't exist. It's just this one that's good that I play. And the other one is, what's a JRPG? I've never heard of that. Those are the two categories I've seen.
I've met people who just will have nothing to do with Japanese RPGs. They in fact see the entire Japanese culture as substandard in their mind.
Well, I agree with that, but I like Japanese games. Not because they're Japanese, but because they make a lot of games and there's a lot that I like. But I will always hear Japan and think, the guys that fly planes into boats. The ones that genocide the Chinese and then deny it for a century. That's what I think of when I hear Japan. But I don't let that affect my opinion of their games at all.
Yeah, it's you disassociate. Like, it's just like with movies. Very rarely do I consider the actor in it.
Well, yeah, because
it's like I separate.
The games didn't fly planes into boats.
Yeah. My favorite thing though is where, like, someone told me they didn't want to order food from a particular restaurant because they met the owner and he was a jerk, and I'm like,
okay,
that doesn't affect me at all. I don't, like, it's food and it's good. I don't care if the owner of the business is a jerky jerk.
I mean, to be fair, if I met the owner of a business and he was a dick to me, I wouldn't buy his food either.
But it's like, if you met the CEO of say, McDonald's or something like that, and he said something mean to you, or you overheard him saying something mean, that wouldn't, like, you would never walk into another McDonald's again. It's just like,
if the CEO of McDonald's was a dick to me, I wouldn't go to McDonald's.
Not a dick to you. You just overheard him sounding like a dick.
Well, everybody sounds like a dick.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't care. So long as he's not a dick to me, we're good.
Yeah.
if he's a dick in general, well, he's a CEO. Is he supposed to be nice?
I don't. Yeah, it's like, you know, I don't know. I don't like associate people with their businesses. I don't think of Jeff Bezos when I buy something from Amazon. Personally, I like to go to the marketplace and remove the person from it.
I don't usually buy anything from Amazon, so I don't.
Yeah, unfortunately, I end up doing a lot of business with Amazon.
When I make online purchases, usually it's like on my own accord. It's usually PC related, in which case I just go to Newegg. I have no reason to go to Amazon for PC parts.
Stop those creatures before they destroy the anchor engines.
What kind of machinery would that be?
The blessed instruments crafted by the Cult Mechanicus. They channel the powers of prayers and alleviate warp energies to prevent this moon from drifting into the heart of the anomaly.
In other words,
I've occasionally purchased PC parts from Amazon just because like there was a sale that made it better deal than Newegg, but that's it.
I tried to do business with another company to buy PC parts, and they refused to do business with me because, like, you know, I got to the part where you give them money, and they said they called my bank, and my bank doesn't know who I am, so they won't sell me the part. I've only really purchased PC parts from Amazon once, and doing so made me regret it. Because if you remember, I had a lot of troubles with it because it was a large amount of PC stuff. Like, I don't know, it might have been like $1,000. It was like half the parts or something I tried to get all at once. And I remember the purchase just wouldn't go through. And I would call them, and each and every time they would tell me, it's because I don't have enough money. And I was so fucking confused, because I had all the money I needed for the parts. And after doing like 7 different very long phone calls where I finally got to speak to someone that was not in India, I learned that they wanted to take the money and hold it, which they had already done, and then that's like their collateral, and then they would take the money for the purchase after that. But because they had taken the money to hold it, I no longer had money for the purchase. So they told me, yeah, just put like another $1,000 something there, and then the purchase will go through. And I'm just like, I'm making a purchase of $1,000 something. What makes you think I have another $1,000 something? I'm making this purchase because I have the money. If I had another $1,000 plus something, I would make a bigger purchase. And they refused to like sort that. And then I had to go through a multi-week long process of getting them to give me my $1,000 something back. So I probably would not buy PC parts from Amazon again for that reason. They treat it like it's like a black market where you could pull out of the deal at any time, and they hold your money ransom and don't tell the Indians that run their entire support that that is what they are doing. And so that they have no idea how to explain the situation to you. Newegg has never given me this problem. I buy something on Newegg, they instantly take the money, and then they ship that bitch out, and it's free shipping because PC parts are expensive. Easy. So in the future, I don't think I would even look at Amazon for PC parts. Yeah.
I think they only want you buying from them if you're like extremely rich, based on that. What are your thoughts on Rise of the Argonauts? $10 on Steam, doesn't take that long to play. I remember having a conversation about this game, and it might have been you that brought it up. But let me double check. It is a game that is not on my wish list and is not on my ignore. But I do remember someone bringing it up to me, and it might have been you. So, like, it looks okay. It looks old, so I'd be afraid of its functionality. But, like, it looks okay. If it works. Probably was. It probably was. Because this, I've definitely had, like, 2 conversations about this game before. Definitely.
Oh gosh, that's scary.
What?
I have a friend.
Yeah, having a friend is scary.
Like a big friend?
Did he eat your little friends?
I think he's planning on eating 7.
Oh. Honestly, it took me until right before I responded with that, did he eat your little friends, to figure out what the hell you were talking about. I legitimately thought you were telling me about a friend that you had in real life who just happened to be fat. I was really confused. I was like, is there more to this? Or are you just telling me that you have a fat friend and he's scary? I don't understand. What's going on? It's like, I have fat friends. They're not scary. And I definitely don't think that they ate anybody. So I'm very confused by this information being conveyed to me.
I mean, now that you got there, you realize what I was talking about?
Yes, that's what the long pause was for. I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Like, this is completely nonsensical for DK to suddenly be complaining about a fat friend he has. I don't understand what's happening.
I consider myself pretty big, so I wouldn't complain about size ever. Except if they were physically hurting me.
It's also just not a thing I've ever heard someone complain about. I have this fat friend and he's scary. It's like,
yeah,
okay.
I have a big friend.
I've never heard that before. At first, I was like, well, he must be fat, whoever this friend is, because I've never heard someone complain that a tall person is scary. Why would you complain that a fat friend is scary? I don't understand. Having a friend is scary. It is, yeah. Ah. Now, I would understand if you thought like an anorexic friend was scary, because you see some motherfuckers that are like 80 pounds. They look like they're the Walking Dead. That shit's scary.
So Jacob, Rez is now more likely to have played that game now than he was before.
Did you alt-tab and buy me that game? No, I don't have a game. What are you talking about? No, I don't.
You're gonna have to go through your Steam gifts, I'm sorry.
Well, I have the email, but Steam is not choosing to tell me that I have it.
Authentication codes. They are asking us to surrender.
Okay, I now own that game, and the message that DK put in this gift of Rise of the Argonauts is Jacob, but I want to emphasize that he did not spell Jacob the way you spell Jacob. He wrote Jacob. J-A-C-K-O-B.
I was trying to do that while fighting and not
Jacob.
like... Yeah, it just wrote it super quickly.
Why? Why?
I was doing it while we were playing this.
No.
Yeah.
Why this game?
Jacob wanted you to play it, so...
I don't... he didn't say that.
Fight until death grants you eternal glory.
Well, as I said, now you're...
He asked what I think about it.
Yeah. I feel like he was asking you to play it.
Alright, well, fair enough. I own it now. The game list
I
expands.
have no idea. I tried to look at the screenshot for a second, and that was already way too much distraction for me.
My SSD, I almost said hard drive. My SSD loses even more space. It's gonna start getting red again at this point.
Not red.
Bruh, yeah.
Jacob, was that not your instructions to me? I thought you were pretty clear there.
The machines have been seriously damaged.
We are doomed then. Sooner or later, the warp will engulf this moon for good.
I'm returning to my ship to deal with another urgent matter. Are you ready to join me?
I cannot leave, Inquisitor. I took an oath, and I will not leave.
Yay. The moon's gonna explode. Oh
The spoon
no.
is gonna disappear.
Jacob. All right. Well, I've acquired a 2000. What was it? 8 RPG. I've also acquired Homeworld 3, and I've acquired a game for a console that I don't have access to. Today is a day of games. I have to sort through all this gear for all of my characters. Although most of it probably won't be any good, if not all of it. Still, I have to check. This one, I don't know. Alright, decon.
The Inquisitorial ship is in orbit around the moon. If we don't surrender, they will purge my ship on charges of heresy. I don't understand. I've already warned them that we have an Inquisitor on board.
I will talk to the Inquisitor in charge.
What are you going to do? I can't engage a ship belonging to the Holy Ordos.
The Inquisition is a colossal organization with several factions. It must be an unrelated operation. It happens. They must be investigating the war.
The Inquisition seems very
They have dispatched
inefficient.
a dropship to the cathedral as we speak.
Interesting. Maybe it's not about the anomaly,
It is.
but Uther's vestiges.
But
I'll return to
but
the
so
moon.
is the entire Imperium.
How big is the ship we're in anyway?
Pretty big.
In my head, it's pretty small because we're only ever on this bridge and we only ever talk to the captain and hear about the captain. And the ship doesn't seem to be capable of doing literally anything. I just imagine that it's a pretty small ship. I'm on the verge of leveling up.
Let me find out what class ship this is, and then I can get more information. Let's see. What class ship?
We still haven't unlocked the damn Agartha subsector, which is where 3 DLC priority assignments take place. How rude. Stretch. The gore portion of Argon slice and dice of enemies part. That sounds like a description of Dragon Age. It is that era of game too. 2008. That's right next to 2010. Looks like a lot of games from that era visually. What's this? This one called like Venetia or something? Venice. There's some game that starts with a V like that. Something with the name Venice or something. From that era where you play as some chick. And it looks visually just like this game.
I really wish I remembered what freaking ship this is called.
No idea. Let me know when you're ready for the next main mission. And we shall away. State of decay.
Maybe the journal will tell me.
No idea. Oh, that's a game that I should
Apparently
maybe
it's
buy.
believed that the Martyr is a modified Gothic class.
Well, we're not on the
But I
Martyr.
don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out.
We've actually like seen the whole Martyr, so I have a better idea of what it is anyway. You know, I see a game on sale on Steam right now where the Steam sale price is actually superior to the G2A price, and I might buy it. It's another ARPG, just like this, actually. 90% off. $3. That looks good. Probably wouldn't play it anytime soon, but it looks good. Hidden-ish. Hidden-ish. I remember when this game came out. Wolson. Mixed reviews.
I don't know. I don't know. Alright, I'm ready.
Ready.
So I know in Rogue Trader which ship you have because you choose which ship you want in Rogue Trader. And that actually matters because that also determines what weapons you bring to bear in space combat.
You are running out of time. I will pray for you, Inquisitor.
What?
Hi, I just got here.
I loaded in and didn't have to think about the loading screen, so I could tell that I didn't have to wait for you. And so I started killing. I keep forgetting to check what my morality is at now, but if I got that Puritan perk, the game hasn't informed me. Mixed betrayal in the game as well. Well, hopefully it functions. Hopefully it works. Like, it's very easy for like a nearly 20-year-old game to just not work.
My investigation. I must command you to leave.
No. You will surrender immediately, and I will take the vestiges. This is an order from the highest ranks of the Conclave.
I seriously doubt it. My investigation has been sanctioned by Lord Mulder since the
Is the game moving for you?
You're in a dialogue with your character.
Yeah.
Your decisions have made him question your commitment to our cause.
Like, the game completely locked up for me.
Well, there's a dialogue happening.
Okay, then I will patiently wait for yours to finish and say maybe mine will finish as well.
Not. This is my mission This is my fate. I will not allow this.
You leave me no choice, Inquisitor.
Why are Inquisitors so, like, they don't get along? Okay, yeah, so the game is refusing to leave the cutscene now. I can hit
I think
escape.
this is our first big bug. Okay, sorry, second big bug.
Well, I mean, my game's still working. I think it's just not proceeding because you froze.
Let me Alt F4.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna fix you. Because the people's good, in my opinion, matters more than your thing. Yeah, okay. I can now play the game again, but I will quit because we need to be story synced.
Fair.
I got some stuff. All of it's for me in the Psyker.
Oh, I can reconnect to you, apparently.
Well, I'm not in the mission anymore, so... But that's
It says
good.
you abandoned me, so I must now not do that.
On title screen. I like that it tells me you're on the title screen. It reminds me of ESO when you have someone's @name added and you can see when that person is on like the main menu and hasn't loaded into a character yet. I like that feature. I was promoted to party leader. Wow. Again.
Let's do that again.
Yes.
This time with feeling.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
You know, interesting enough, the in the Warhammer 40k lore, Papa Smurf leaves Earth, and like all of these, he fired a bunch of people. He just like, you know what, you're doing a bad job. I'm firing you, and they all like started to attempt to try to retake Earth now that Papa Smurf is like somewhere else.
Have a lot.
And it is believed that the Inquisition, Lord of Assassins, is also gone rogue as well. But it turns out he didn't betray. He was just getting all those people in one place so he could kill all of the people who betrayed Papa Smurf in one place. And he just positioned all of his assassins to kill them all. Because he was loyal to Papa Smurf. And that was probably one of the most unexpected reverse betrayals. Where, like, the Inquisition didn't betray Papa Smurf and put the Empire first. Okay, cool. You've now walked forward.
Yes. Now I get to hear this cutscene again with my voice.
No. You will surrender immediately, and I will take the vestiges. This is an order from the highest ranks of the Conclave.
I seriously doubt it. My investigation has been sanctioned by Lord Maldor since the earliest stages.
And I have been ordered to intervene by Lord Maldor personally. Your decisions have made him question your commitment to our cause. He thinks that you are an agent with a dubious agenda, and you cannot be trusted with a relic of such importance. He has commanded that I take over.
Absolutely not. This is my mission. This is my fate. I will not allow this.
You leave me no choice, Inquisitor.
There you go. I have no idea, Jacob. I don't know what weapons there are. Not a clue. But on my own time, it would be a little bit before I played that game. Because I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV
It is somewhat
as my solo game.
I finally have his rosette, but where is his body?
We have never seen the body. We were sworn to protect the sacred relic alone.
Even in his death, Uther Tiberius presents another mystery.
You must leave, Inquisitor. Don't be concerned about me. I will stand guard here.
What will happen to you?
I will begin the most glorious task of my long servitude. I will keep watch on that gaping wound in the void. I will toll the bells and call our holy warriors here to fight the endless tides of destruction.
May the Emperor give you strength, brother.
We found the rosette. The key. Key Sola. I don't see anything here. No. Wait. Whoosh.
At least I didn't get sent to the Shadow Realm. That was more annoying.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
I see festering nightmares walking the decks. Bloated bodies swollen with foul corruption. Creatures that no longer feel pain. The Martyr is in danger. I must return immediately.
Oh. Okay. How's my mortality? 125, so I haven't received anything new yet. More damage to demons. 20% damage buff to demons. I like that. Salvage, salvage. Bah, bah, bah. The Martyr, Chapter 5. We reached Chapter 5.
Inquisitor, we have returned to the coordinates of the Martyr. I'm afraid there have been some troubling developments.
Explain, Captain.
We have detected a void ship in the service of chaos near the Martyr. Sensorium data shows that Uther's monastery is teeming with the forces of
Nurgle.
This is not a raiding party, but a full-scale invasion, Inquisitor. What is your plan?
The Martyr has become an infested war zone. I cannot open up the stasis chamber at the moment. It would be too hazardous. I'll deal with the Nurgle's filth first.
Nurgle filth. And we still don't have the Agartha subsector. I wonder if that's like prophecy. I doubt it. But are you telling me there's a hidden area in a game's tutorial, Jacob? It seems pretty early to have a hidden area. I am level 71. You know what that means. 2 more Warzone missions. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm sorry, I'm just reorganizing my bank.
Your bank. I wish I could take the bank system from RuneScape and put it into Final Fantasy XIV.
Alright, I'm ready.
This is how people miss it. So look, it's not that hard to find. Well, I tend to move around like CRPG. Unless I get into, like, I step on a spot, and then that spot draws me in and immediately closes everything behind me, and there's no way I could have predicted it. At which point, I just deem, well, the developers didn't want me to see anything before here anyway. Otherwise, they wouldn't have intentionally dragged me in like this.
The enemies of the Imperium are infinite, and such a vast threat can only be fought with ingenuity. Kill the Masters, and you will render a sea of vermin helpless.
A sea of vermin. This is a pretty interesting map. Holy echoes. Why is it so echoey?
I don't know.
I think the echoes are gone. All enemies are also armored, which is fun. Well, the echoes are still there. What was that? Ooh. An orange blueprint. Not for something I use, but still. Ooh. Oh my god. Damn cover system.
I'm sorry.
I was pointing the gun right in his face. It was so close to him, it was clipping into him. But because there was the cover system, he still dodged my attack. How dare he? There you go. Weapons through conversations will be my last hint. These have such unique names that I probably won't remember these, but...
No, Rez will always remember forever.
Like the word Kythra, I will not remember. I just know that I won't. My brain doesn't work like that. I can remember.
Worry, I will also forget.
Hidden area in first area. That I can remember. That's easy to keep track of. The word Kythra, my brain's gonna delete that.
He deserved worse. Much worse.
Well, I will say, because the game is so old, I will definitely move it higher up on my list, like near the top of it. It's just, it's on my own time. It's gonna wait until Final Fantasy XIV is done, which is gonna be months.
He thinks that because you'll see the name again, you'll remember it, and I don't think that's how that works.
No, I won't. Especially not so many months into the future.
You may have to remind Rez when he actually plays it.
I'm probably gonna forget that DK bought me a game today, but I already forgot what series it was for the PlayStation 4. And it's just gonna show up here and I'm gonna go, oh.
He's like, what is this? Where the
At first, I'm gonna look at it like, what the fuck is this? And then I'll remember.
It's Gundam Breaker.
Yeah, I forgot which series
You plan
it
on
was.
playing New Gundam Breaker, and I'm waiting to see how awful That is as an experienced GM.
Yes. That is also high on the list. It's just after Final Fantasy 14, which means it's going to take a while. Unless randomly in the middle of Final Fantasy 14 I go, I hate this, and uninstall it. We're talking like months before I get to anything on my list that is not Final
Make that an
Fantasy
easier
14.
sell for you, because that's co-op, and we could just play it together.
New Gundam Breaker?
New Gundam Breaker is single player. Gundam Breaker 4 is co-op, and so is Gundam Breaker 3. I have no idea why New Gundam Breaker was like, oh, we want to be such a great different game, and let's remove all the co-op.
I don't know. But yeah. Although, we have a lot of co-op games, and we don't move through them very quickly.
True. But I really like Gundam Breaker, so...
I at least am confident that we will be done with this game by the time I finish Final Fantasy 14. I am confident of that.
My intention was for this week to power
through this game.
And I didn't want to drag you into
You went
all the
silent. You like
uncertainty.
cut out. I heard to power, and then there was like a 10-second pause, and then you continued speaking.
Okay. So, originally my plan was to play this game extensively this week.
Yeah.
And then, like, things happened, and then I wasn't sure what was going to happen. It probably would have been safe to proceed, but...
Yeah, one good week of playing a game would definitely make a lot of progress. Definitely. Kill enemies with critical hits. Complete missions 4 levels higher. Deal damage. Complete missions without taking damage, melee damage on your level or higher. That's interesting. That's an interesting piece of gear. I don't know if I care to do this. I could. I just don't know if I care. I'd have to go out of my way to do this. Because I don't even know what it's going to give until I unlock them. That's the thing I don't like about this gear type. I will equip it, but I'm gonna hold on to my old one in storage until I know that this one's actually good. That sounds like a smart thing. Anybody else get any gear that's any good? This would be good if I used a sniper, but I don't. Damn, level 54. This thing's old. Wonder if I could make anything for my assassin. I wonder. I hear a car revving its engines. Don't you rev at me.
Sorry, Rez. They don't care.
Damn it. Death Cult Blade. There's a lot of retinue weapons, and I wish I could narrow it down to just classes. I just see everything that the assassin would use right out of the gate. I could make something orange for the assassin. I have an orange arc sword, an orange Death Cult Blade. I feel like the Arc Sword is better because it's more expensive in every way and its stats are higher. That sounds better to me. I wonder what these other numbers mean then. Oh, but the Arc Sword does heat electric damage. That's different. What the hell is he using right now? He's using an Arc Sword, so he's been doing heat damage this entire time. I legitimately had no idea. But I haven't given him anything that boosts physical, so I guess that's fine. I don't think I have. I'm pretty sure I haven't. I could also just leave him with what he's using and wait till I find something better, because he's been doing fine by himself. And do I really want to spend 150k or 300k and so many resources? I don't need to. Let's just wait. I don't need more DPS. This is the mentality I've taken with the crafting in Final Fantasy XIV, where it's like, oh, I don't need more chance to complete these quests, so I'm not going to gear up at all. Because then I'd have to just change out my gear anyway as I go up in level. Alright. I'm going to be right back.
Okay. I'll use this chance to go to the bathroom myself.
Don't fall in.
I'll try not to.
Okay, be right back.
Oh, I just got...
let us resume.
We shall resume.
Resume.
And this time I'll have actual audio in my stream.
Yay. Back to the war zone. I'm just gonna like blitz through Warzone up to and including 3 missions that are 4 levels higher than me to try to just fully unlock this piece of gear and see what it does. And also to make progress in Warzone. And potentially get more side mission spawns. So we still need 4 of those. Holy cow. My suppression bar got very low from that explosion.
Yeah, so did mine, and I was nowhere near it.
Oh, I was right in the middle of it. I didn't know what it was. The new AMD graphics card also includes a lot of new AI features. AMD has implemented an offline AI where basically it just uses the AI processing the GPU has and uses that to do what other bots do, like image creation and things like that.
Nice.
I don't think
I would really like
use
an
that.
offline version of that.
You would?
Mm-hmm.
For me, I just like, I don't know what the hell I would use such a thing for. Well, there's one set of GPUs that does it, so.
I don't see myself spending that kind of money because I don't think I will ever have that kind of money for the longest time.
You could use Throne. You make your own throne and then just slowly trickle.
Slowly finance it that way?
Yeah. Slowly just trickle it in there.
I would have to, like, yeah.
Success is measured in blood.
Stuff. You can even just do the thing where they buy it for you, so it never has to re-enter your hands ever again. Just slowly accumulates until eventually they go on Amazon and buy you your card, or Newegg, or whatever.
Nah.
Destruction amplification. That's an item. Damage bonus for next mission. Neat. Never. I don't know if I've had those drop for me. I know you gave me some.
Hey, you finally got some.
Yeah.
You've set a fine example for their kind, Inquisitor.
Example. Now you die. The law says you die. So die. stuff. Huh. Ooh, a better main implant. Wow. Nice. Yeah, that's better. I'll take it. Otherwise, not too much. The crafting system of this game, it's like every level or so, you can easily just you could start crafting to get better gear, but you need like quite a couple levels for it to really be worth it. But even then, the game usually isn't like hard enough that I feel like I need to start wasting all my resources on some stat boosts when I know I'm just gonna find stuff eventually anyway. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I already got 2 of my bonuses unlocked for this gear. 5% supreme critical chance and plus 10 critical hit strength against slowed, shocked, stunned targets, and 16% damage bonus against slowed, shocked, stunned targets. I've already killed... Remember when you had something to kill enemies with critical hits? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And it took you forever to get, like, however many?
Yeah.
I got 52 in that one mission.
Gosh.
Out of 100. So, apparently I crit way more than you. But it might be coming from my retinue members, to be fair.
Yeah.
From.
The only time I could guarantee a crit is if I used a mini game.
I think my retinue just does all the critting for me.
Go for the highest multiplier. I could try to chance that I will. I'm using basically a submachine gun's rifle.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't do a lot of damage. So if it crits, it's not that big of a deal unless there's like an 8x multiplier. If I was using a proper sniper rifle, it probably would have been easier.
Ah, Chaos. I remember this name already. It's good to know you're a man of culture of 40k as well.
Indeed.
Yes.
Chaos!
How are you doing? We are at 72 now. I'm at 71. I wonder how crazy, because this isn't just, if you try to get 4 levels higher in Warzone, you're not just getting 4 levels higher, you're getting 4 levels higher plus all the debuffs that we have attached to the missions. So I'm curious what that's going to feel like if we get that far. Doing good? That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Good to be doing good. I think I can measure the difficulty of, is DK dying, you know? Because I probably won't be dying. Speaking of dying, you're getting, like, surrounded. Those enemies...
My sniper rifle's ability is to just back up.
I see that,
while
yeah.
Shooting
as
endlessly.
you're just luring them into a hallway. Hey, these are Nurgle. We need Nurgle.
Excellent, we needed those.
Yes. Perfect. Wow, so many relics of Nurgle. What the hell? And void shards. Hot.
We definitely needed those Nurgle things.
We need a lot more, I think.
I'm so proud on how you and me by ourselves are like completing entire like multiple sets of like
we're completing
things
weekly
that are supposed to be for an entire cabal. Yeah.
Objectives for an entire guild over the course of an entire week. We managed to typically complete all of them every week in one day in a play session time that I consider to be short.
Yeah.
Without trying to get these done. We don't try. We don't hunt down missions that give us the drops. We do whatever and just happen to stumble upon them. So that is kind of impressive. Yeah. That is impressive. These guys are tanky. Partially because we're underleveled. And so many other debuffs. But considering everyone has ridiculous amounts of shields up, I think we're still more than fine. I just don't do as much damage as I feel like I should.
Duty prevails.
So many relics of Nurgle. More destruction amplifications. Ooh. Nice. Luck stat maxed out for loot. There's actually a loot stat in this game. It's called loot bonus. Gas attack. Intel.
Open the door.
The door is open. It was opened by DK. Because he doesn't want me to die breathing in poison.
I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
Well, yeah.
Am I supposed to want to die breathing in poison?
You know, it's one of those things where I was making a decision for you, and maybe that wasn't the correct action.
What do you think the
Maybe I
odds
should have
are
asked
that I
your
want to
concern.
die in a room filled with poison
I
by
didn't
breathing
think it was
in
very
poison?
high, but I didn't ask, you know, I wasn't being considerate of your feelings.
Okay. I was tempted to go on a whole tangent with that, and it was going to have something to do with McDonald's, but like...
Was it too much?
I didn't feel like it was worth it.
Were you McLoving it in the poison?
No, that's not where it was going. It was gonna go in the direction of, like, why would you go to McDonald's and assume that I don't want something from McDonald's? Of course the default should be, assume I want something from McDonald's. Just like you should just assume that I don't want to die in a room filled with poison.
I did assume that, and then I, like, on the off chance, I was like, wait, I didn't ask if you wanted to breathe the poison. Maybe you wanted to breathe the poison, and I just wasn't understanding of your needs. Because as we know, Res has needs, right? And I don't necessarily know what those needs are.
A Res has needs. Those needs are pizza, PC parts, and reliable dosages of MMORPGs.
My
Those are
biggest
needs.
failure for the Star Ocean grind is I did not successfully get you a cheese pizza. That I had a whole thing planned on obtaining you a cheese pizza. And I just thought that would be greatly hilarious. It's just that it's very hard to obtain cheese pizza.
Why are these guys in a line? They're just waiting in line. Like, what the hell?
They're in a Congo line.
Hey, get away from me. Oh god, it's so tanky. There you go. Well, I tell you one thing for this piece of gear that I will not get done while doing this Warzone stuff, especially while it's over leveled, and that's the thing that wants me to take 0 melee damage on an of level or higher mission. That's just not going to happen.
I mean, that's possible.
Not with all these debuffs.
I mean, it's very possible that an enemy will never touch you.
I don't think it's going to happen. With these debuffs, no.
I just got the...
I have everything else, though.
Vanquisher of the Vile. Oh, don't forget to look at your honor thing that you kept wanting to look at.
I looked at it, yeah. It's at 125. I don't have the Puritan buff yet.
Okay, cool.
I'm getting all these great melee weapons for my class that are better than my weapon, but I don't use melee weapons. I use a plasma pistol. And I can't necessarily craft... Well, I can craft a better one. It's just, is it worth it? I don't think so. Not at the moment. Alright, what about retinue gear? Retinue? Oh, hey. I was wanting a better weapon for her. I was just about to craft one. And now I don't have to. Now this is marginally better. Despite being 16 item levels higher. Because it's green and not orange. But it is better.
I finally did get some new armor. It's going to provide me less protection and less resistance. It's like almost like 20 levels higher. But it's going to be a downgrade for resistance and armor. It's just hilarious.
What's new? Nothing much, I think. I'm not sure. Is there anything new? Let me think about that. I don't think there is. I don't think anything is in fact new.
Let's see. Well, so what's the last thing you recall? Because, you know, things could have been new and we just don't know your frame of reference for what is new.
The future is now, old man. Alright, you ready to go?
Yep.
Let's go.
I have equipped the weaker armor.
Is that a car? That was a car. Oh my god. That was weird. My earphones have like a lot of cable noise, so I like ran my hand up the cable as a car started outside, so it sounded like, with the vibrations from the cable noise, that a car was starting in my cable. It was really trippy.
May I recommend for cars not to start at your cable? That
yeah.
The space, it just isn't gonna work.
Memory shite. You know, everybody I know, everybody I meet, except for one person ever in my entire life, has told me that he has bad memory. Like everybody. DK, do you think you have a good memory?
Ironically, a lot of people accuse me of having a good memory. It's sometimes I remember things quite extensively, and other times, like, it just, like, where I put my keys, those are good questions.
I have a very good memory with some things, and then, like, some things I can just identify that I won't remember.
Yeah.
Like, I know I will remember Jacob's advice about the hidden room, even, like, 5 months in the future. I will not remember that one name that I've already forgotten.
You know, it gets
I
to
remember
a point where
past
other
events
people
very
would
well.
ask me to remember things for them.
Yeah.
And sometimes I would remember.
If someone asked me to remember a task that that person needs to get done to remind him of, I will not remember that. But I will remember that one thing you said in the hallway 7 years ago that made me laugh. I'll remember that just fine, and then I'll bring it up, and you'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's quite common. And then based on that, people think I have a really good memory. But I'm not sure if that counts. I'm not so sure about that. Look at all this gear. Holy cow. You know who has a really good memory? Shinigami.
Who's that?
From the server. He has a really good memory. He just remembers everything. He's the one person in the world that makes me feel like I have a terrible memory. Uh-huh. Anything back here? On the other side? Enemies. Okay. Whoosh. What is this thing? It's nothing. It looks like a chest, but it's not. Delicious root. Wherefore art thou root that is delicious? Damage bonus.
You know, in Fallen London, there's a hat that would always welcome you, going, "Hello, delicious friend."
What the hell is Fallen London?
Okay. I don't know how to have this conversation.
What? Why are you acting like I just asked you where babies come from as a 3-year-old?
Fallen London is a like giant universe. There are many video games inside this universe, and there's also like visual novels in this universe.
Well, I've never heard of it.
It's very odd. And I don't know how else to further describe it. Maybe one day I will buy you a Fallen London game.
My shots are like flying into the air.
I do worry about like doing that to your mind, but you know, it's fine. I imagine I'll just get like a message from Res and it'll be like, DK, this is confusing. Why am I collecting like scraps of a rumor as a currency?
See, you say Fallen London and my brain went to this one game where there's British robots that try to kill you. Which I'm sure it's not that, but that's where my brain went.
The video game has you play as a captain of a boat.
It's not at all what I expected. Holy graphical glitches. Loot. Delicious root.
But I guess the other way of describing is that there is a lot of Cthulhu kind of stuff occurring in Fallen London. And so everything's a little bit silly and insane, because everyone is insane.
I've never gotten into anything in a Cthulhu setting. Ever. I don't even understand what it is. I just understand that there's giant sea monsters. That's it.
That's not really what I was going for, but fair enough.
When I hear Cthulhu, I think giant sea monsters, and that's all I understand from that.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll stop then, and I'll just buy you the game.
Why are you buying so many games? My SSD is screaming out in pain.
He deserved worse. Much worse.
He deserved worse, he says about a tank. How can the tank deserve worse? It's a tank. It doesn't deserve anything.
The tank said bad things about the Emperor. Unfortunately, because you don't understand binary, you didn't hear all the insults the machine spirit of that particular tank said. But I assure you, it was most foul.
What the hell is this thing? Purple usually means side quest. Oh, it was a stolen relic chest. Okay. Guess we just activated it and then didn't realize this was here. Well, good thing it chased after us. That made it very obvious that it was there. We would have missed all that loot. Blah. Blah. I'm missing some enemies. Since there was only one of that game that you wanted to buy for the PS4, and Throne takes a little bit to actually get the money to you, I had to go into my savings and move money to make the transaction.
No, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay, what were you going on about?
I said I had to go into my savings and move money to make the transaction since there was only one copy remaining. And not wait for the throne funds. Also, how loud is your volume?
Normally it's not very loud. It's just on this mission, it's just unusually loud. And sometimes your audio cuts out. Not like that. Till it withers and dies.
We did it. We did it.
We did.
Yeah. What game was it?
We did something.
DK, what game, what PS4 game was it?
Gundam Breaker 3 Breaker Edition.
That's what he funded me to purchase a used copy of, which apparently comes from Singapore because they didn't port it to the West or something.
Yeah.
And I find it entertaining because I don't own a PS4. Matt 9 owns one, but it's his like media station, so it cannot be moved. So we have decided that Matt 9 is inheriting this. Heal HP by using the inoculator. That is literally never going to happen because I never lose HP. So this is effectively useless to me. Something Spanish. We did it. Look. Volcanoes might erupt. Hurricanes might destroy Florida. Tsunamis might erase Japan off the map. But in 80 years from now, if I still breathe, I will still be saying, we did it. We did it. Something Spanish. We did it. It's not going to change. This is always forever going to be a thing. Unless I go mute, you know, my tongue gets cut out, I don't know what. This is going to be a recurring thing. Like, you could be 70 and then tune into one of my streams, and I'm going to be saying that at some point. But by that point, nobody's going to understand because I'll be an old man and the kids won't know what Dora is, and there'll be those stupid old millennials ruining the world with their Dora the Explorer. Why can't they be like us? Why do they have to be so terrible? You know?
Yeah.
Exactly. Glad you understand.
Oh, yeah.
Because I barely understand what I just said.
You were saying some very deeply meaningful things.
Yes. I've learned that the longer you speak, the more meaningful you sound. Unless you're in Sparta.
Okay. I need to check out and get these keys real quick.
Which is why... What keys? Are you buying that game?
Yeah.
Oh god. You haven't even shown me the game. We don't even know if this is a game that I would like.
I don't care. I don't see a reason that you would hate it.
Well, more games for the game collection.
And then with my luck, you already own this game. That will be the best part.
What's the name of
it? Sunless Sea.
So I've seen this game. I'd have to check, but I'd say there's a non-zero chance that it's given away on Epic.
Well, I bought you the game and the submarine DLC.
This was, in fact, on my ignore list. Okay. I have seen this game, and this game looks like something I wouldn't like. It may be something I have on Epic. Hold on. They gave, yes, I own Sunless Sea on Epic. They gave it away for free. They also gave away Sunless Skies.
Yeah.
Now in mind that I already own this game and that I don't want to play it, do you still want me to redeem these keys?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Who else am I going to give this game to?
I don't know. Well, this is why I thought to ask, so that you wouldn't purchase something that I already have. But
it's fine. It's all going to progress. Fall in London.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, I remember this game because you know what I remember. You know how I learned of this game? I think I watched Total Biscuit play it. That's how old this is. That I watched Total Biscuit play it. Kids these days probably don't know who Total Biscuit is.
I know who Total Biscuit is.
Well, you're not a kid these days. You're like 40.
Yeah, like I didn't always agree with everything he said.
When he was actually making content, I didn't even like him. I found him to be a lesser version of Angry Joe. These days, I actually agree with a lot of what he said, and I don't like Angry Joe. It's changed quite dramatically.
Yeah.
24, I know, good. But you're not that much younger than me.
I never hated Angry Joe for some of the things that other people were mad at him about. Generally, I just disagreed with him on some of his opinions. Like, he hated the Warcraft movie. He said there were too many characters. I'm like, I disagree.
I've never really disliked anything he said in his actual reviews. I just discovered his, like, Twitter or something, and I've learned to dislike him because of his Twitter. That's it. It has nothing to do with his content at all. I just made the
I never understood why so many people got so angry with him.
I don't know.
For like things that he said during a review, because
that's how but that's for everybody. Like when you make game reviews, everyone's just gonna get mad at you no matter what you say.
I didn't always agree with him because I hate to say different strokes for different folks. So
if you talk about a game as being amazing, you're gonna be hated because you're a shill for the game. If you talk about a game as being terrible, then you're being unjustly harsh and it's a good game.
I remember he hated Mass Effect's Horde mode. He wanted PvP, and I'm like, I understand how you feel about that, Joe, but I don't want PvP. That means nothing to me.
I don't want PvP either.
I'd rather have the Horde mode.
Well, it's like the video I watched earlier, the guy talking about Final Fantasy 16 and 14, and everything he said in this like 20-30 minute video, I disagreed with. Every single thing. But I still liked the video. And I still like that creator, and I want him to make more videos because he doesn't make enough.
I had a content creator actually remove one of his streams because I said I really liked that game that he was playing, and he didn't like it and I was thanking him for doing the stream so I could like see this game because I couldn't play it on my computer.
Yeah.
It's like, no, this is a terrible game. No one should enjoy it. I put the stream up so people would know how much awful it was, and he like took the whole stream down just to prevent me from watching it.
All right.
And I didn't understand that. That didn't make sense to me.
You just take something at good looks. They don't, because now you're not picking a side. When I make like first impressions and stuff, I'm very neutral usually, highlighting good and bad. And I get a lot of comments that are surprised by this. They'll say like, oh wow, you actually like talked about the good and the bad and didn't mindlessly hate it or fanboy over it. I'm like, wow. So you mean I acted like what a normal person should act like? And I just question what videos this person has been watching where they only get exposed to such extreme opinions on something.
I don't like extreme opinions rarely make sense to me.
I have some extreme opinions.
They just don't make sense to me because often enough very few games are so bad that I find them unredeemable. A game has to be really bad, in my opinion, for me to consider it unredeemable. I might have a negative opinion of a game. That doesn't mean I consider it unredeemable.
What does unredeemable mean?
There is no purpose of installing the game. There is no fun to be acquired.
I only look at games like that from a personal perspective. I don't really consider what's worth it to someone else because I don't know what someone else likes.
Yeah.
So. Listen, the Air Force means less time for res streams. Well, you're here now, and you're making some Air Force money. Which I think Matt and I would say is not as good because he quit the Air Force to become a contractor to make more money. What his wife still talks about the benefits from the Air Force. So there must be something good. I remember when I was a kid, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I grew up and I realized that I am simultaneously now half blind and stupid, so I wouldn't fit into the Air Force. Like, by Air Force standards, I'm probably absolutely retarded. I'm half blind and I can't do math, so I think that automatically disqualifies me from even being a janitor in the Air Force. Same? Yeah, there you go. See?
You can be part of the ground forces of the Air Force.
I think I'm still too stupid. And too half blind.
You can drive an APC.
I can't even drive a car. I can't read the signs on the road.
Right. I mean, you could command an APC.
Don't you still need a C for that?
Nah, that's what the gunner's for.
I actually looked at one point after I got my eye condition, keratoconus. I looked up the rules of the military to see if they had anything specifically written about it. And they do. If you have eye conditions like this one, you're just physically not allowed in the military.
Wow.
You're not allowed. They don't want you.
Yeah, since I had cerebral palsy, that's also the military doesn't want you.
Yeah.
I couldn't trust myself anyway, because I could just randomly drop my weapon.
I will say though, even with limited vision, especially in the eye that I would use to aim a gun, I still went to the gun range and did well, according to Matt9. And a lot of it was guesswork. I really had no idea where the bullet was gonna go, but it still worked out.
That's the important part.
Yeah. He said I shot well enough that if I took the test for concealed carry, I would pass. I don't know how I did that. It was just like a massive blur of the target, and I just pointed at the red blurry part, and apparently I did pretty well. All you get for dropping your weapon would be a lot of screaming. Went to the range, that's awesome. Yeah, Matt9 drilled me for like a month on proper safety gun handling, like, you know, just how to handle it safely and what the different parts were, and then he tested me at the end of the month. And then after he determined that I was not absolutely retarded and could safely handle a firearm, he brought me to the range. And I went pew pew, and I think we went there twice. Yeah, once to shoot his pistols and stuff, and he has like a Vector, and once after he got an AR-15 because he wanted me to shoot that. The AR-15 to shoot it was fine. To be behind it when it was shooting was traumatizing.
So you started to say Vec, and then like
Vector.
I heard nothing else, and that's why I said Vector. Because like I thought you were trapped in thought for a second. I didn't
blame
realize
Discord.
that I lost all audio.
I'll just blame Discord.
That's fine.
When in
Understandable.
Blame
Probably
Discord.
the safest. It's always Discord's fault. You know what? No.
Oh, you just cut out right there. Is Discord having a problem?
Is it?
Yeah,
Not now.
You cut out when you were speaking just now.
Oh, lovely. Great.
Oh. Maybe Discord's just having a stroke. Maybe it really is Discord. Or maybe it's Maybelline. Got better armor for my Psyker. Psyker? I hardly know her. Shoot an AR-15 rifle or pistol? I didn't know there was an AR-15 pistol. I shot an AR-15 rifle. It wasn't as difficult as I expected. I thought it was going to be really difficult because at first I stood behind Matt9 shooting it, and it, like, there's a lot of, like, backblast to that weapon when you're standing behind it. And Matt9 only discovered that when he stood behind me when I started shooting it. Okay. Decon. I used to, when I was younger, I used to go to an archery range all the time. It's a lot more calming than a gun range, I must say. At least for me. Rifle would be more likely. This was in basic. Are you ready, DK?
I'm ready. I can email.
I was like, I was looking around like, where the hell is DK? I don't even see him. He's sending mail. Wow. Yeah. I do like shooting bows. Shooting the guns was fun, but based on Matt9's description of how expensive every bullet was, I thought, you know, I would probably never do this. Especially when we started with the AR-15, and he was like, did you know that these are the cheap bullets, and they're $1 a shot. Every shot you're doing is costing me $1. And I was like, I'm sorry? Should I shoot less? why are the cheap bullets $1? He's like, the good ones are $2. I'm like, this is horrifying. I can't, like, with a bow, it's like you shoot the arrow and then you just go get it back. It's great. There's $1-2 a bullet. It's terrifying. 14 intel. In regards to your inquiry about intelligence, we found in a book labeled Stupid Ideas. Please see the following attached. 14 intel. Yay. Will we ever use it? I don't know. But I have 63 of it now. Moving right along. We go. You know, I've been thinking about this for a couple hours, DK. It's very profound, as you can tell, if I've been thinking about it for a couple hours. It's this thought that just won't escape my mind and just keeps me thinking. Can you guess what it is?
I have no idea.
I want pizza. That's it. That is the intellectual profoundness that has been stuck on my mind.
I see.
Yes.
That sounds like a pretty deep thought there.
It is. Deep dish, ha! That's normal? Okay, good. That's good. Recently, I've been looking at the prices of, like, groceries, for example. And I'm amazed how many things cost the same amount or more as pizza. And I look at a lot of these things and think, well, why don't you just get pizza instead? How much to order pizza? How much is a pizza order?
It matters the region you're in.
It does.
In some places, pizza gets... Like, I made the mistake of asking Nick. Because, like, for a while he worked at a pizza joint. And we have the same chain here. And all the prices were, like, 50% higher. And I'm like, why are y'all paying that kind of price for pizza?
Is he in California?
No. Up north.
Oh.
Like, central.
Interesting.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. But it depends on the pizzeria around here. Deep dish specifically. What does that even mean here? Most places here don't serve anything deep dish, I think. The closest thing is like pan pizza, which from the nearby Domino's is like, assuming you pick it up yourself, I think it's like, it comes out to like $10 at the end of the day. That's the closest thing I can think of to deep dish that's nearby. I think some of the not fast food chains would have actual deep dish. So, but pan is the closest thing I can think of. East Coast, $50 can be it. Oh man. I mean, even from New York City to here, a lot of the pizza I know of comes out to like $10 for a pie.
This is where like you can get like medium pizzas for like $5 and like the super big pizzas for $10, and like for him it was like $20, and I'm like, why are y'all paying 200%? This does not make sense. This is confusing to me.
Is he getting delivery?
No, from his own store. It's $20 without delivery.
Oh.
Just the pizza itself.
Well, that better be a 20-inch pizza then. What the hell?
And it's like, as I said, it's double the price. And like, I was like, you look at like places like McDonald's.
Cut out. I think Discord is having a problem. Like the third or fourth time that's happened today. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh. Woo!
Did you find something cursed?
I found a place where you can run under the map. You see this?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Alright. Yeah, you cut out when you were talking again, so.
Oh, lovely.
I assume Discord's just like dying today.
Let's look at Discord and see what that looks like.
I don't know. It happens infrequently though. Oh, I need to use my tarot cards at some point.
We're gonna switch to Central and see what happens.
Are you changing my server?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Oh, you sound better too. Okay. That was a good choice though.
You sound the exact same.
That's good. Let me know if I cut out again. I switched it from East Coast to Central.
How dare you? Changing my server.
Just for that one audio channel that we're in.
How dare... That means I have to remember to change it back.
I'll change it back after the stream. I'll fix it.
Holy frame drop. What was that?
That's not good.
No, I mean, it's normal.
I just figured this particular Discord server we're on is dying.
Maybe. I don't know.
That's usually the answer to the problem, is to switch Discord servers.
Oh, AMD's new graphics card, their encoder for, you know, recording and streaming, they updated it a lot. It's a lot better for every encoding option except the one that I am actively using right now.
But hopefully you won't have to rely on the one you're using.
Because I'm streaming using Havoc. They massively updated their AVC and their AV1, but not their Havoc. Chess. Chess.
Yeah.
Also, toppings on pizza as a New Yorker is heresy. I will always restate that. It's probably the biggest thing I can rant about in this world is toppings on pizza. Because I find it irredeemable that the average population is exposed to such preserved pizza that toppings could add to the flavor rather than detract from it. Because even Ralph, who could never imagine eating normal pizza, went to Boston, not even New York City, and could tell why we New Yorkers do not eat toppings. Because the pizza just tastes so good, and why would you want to make it taste different? But most of the pizza that's available is the fast food pizza. So that's a shame.
You are no Astartes, but you can certainly fight Inquisitor.
The only time I think I ever ate pizza with toppings and like did more than take one bite of it and go, ugh, was at a Pizza Hut buffet. Because they ran out of the normal pizza so quickly, and I determined I had not gotten my money for the buffet yet, so I started trying different things. Nurgle.
Today is a good day.
It was a good day. We did it. Yay.
Yay.
Something Spanish. We did it. I have emails from Steam thanking me for activating Sunless Sea. Stuff. What is this? Ooh, wow. If I used that, it would actually be really good. Crazy. Warzone does occasionally give you some really cool gear drops that are really good, which is nice. It's of course quite random and you don't know if you're going to get anything you're actually going to use, but it's still nice. It at least becomes good materials.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'll keep this piece of equipment. It's turning out alright. Not amazing, but like alright. Oh hey, I'm at 150 fate. That means I can finish my tech tree. I have now finished the tech tree. Fate is now just for whatever fate's for. I think something in the modification uses it. I'm almost level 72. We are 3 levels ahead of my level right now. This will go back to being 2 very shortly.
How do you level up a gun? Curiously.
Let me look at the menu myself so I can tell you. Modify, enhance, and then at the bottom, +1 item level. Thank you for the super chat, Jacob. Money for Res Pizza. Beautiful. You know, it's been a really long time since someone donated money and said pizza money. So I appreciate this. This is good. I'm glad the saturated fats have once again found their dedicated sponsor. The meme we've had forever is that Mitchie funds the pizza, but Mitchie doesn't fund the pizza anymore. I remember someone once suggested to me that I should do a dono goal for chat where chat designs the pizza and I have to eat it on stream, and I thought, you know, that's such a terrible idea. I already don't like toppings. They're just gonna put every possible topping on it and then like remove the tomato sauce or something, you know? Like that's what I could see a chat doing, is reaching a goal and saying, okay, you're gonna buy 2 pies of pizza. One is going to have extra everything put onto it and all the weirdest options. And the other one is just going to be bread with no cheese and no sauce. That's what I could see happening. Are you leveling up your gun?
I did a little bit, but I'm re-rolling some of its stats.
Oh. My gun is not really worth it, I think. I just wait till I have a new gun. Nah? Really? I feel like I would see chat doing that. Let's not forget that one time I refused to read this lewd scene in Nekopara. And chat immediately asked for an amount of money that would get me to read it out loud. So this is the kind of behavior that I expect, is the most ridiculous form of behavior. I see you're using your experience buffs. Your meme virus.
Okay, I've upgraded my sniper rifle. It's even better.
Yeah.
I didn't know I needed to re-roll the damage. Apparently, I just rolled it. This weapon just rolled like on the lowest threshold of damage.
Ah.
And so I just re-rolled it, and it was amazing damage.
That's good.
It basically was like a 25% improvement based purely on a reroll. I didn't need to upgrade its level, but I did. Oh, I have an explanation, but I guess I have a point to spend. Cool. I will waste another point in purity.
Other than a standard pie, I only ever eat pepperoni and sausage. I don't think I would ever order a topping, because even if they were, like, this makes no sense, right? But even if they were out of normal pizza, but they still had toppings, which doesn't make sense because you have to put the toppings on the normal pizza. But even if that was somehow the situation, which would never happen, I would just go to a different pizzeria because there's so many of them. We live in America. We're smart. We have pizzerias like a logistics chain. This isn't Japan, where you have to struggle to find pizza. I remember when now I'm going to sound old while saying this, but at a younger period of age, where I legitimately considered the question of would I ever live in another country, and someone brought up Japan at some point, I was legitimately just terrified because I was looking around and I saw that they had like no pizza, and I was like, how do you live in a country that has like no pizza? That was my concern. You know? Like, everyone has their concerns, but mine was, where the fuck's the pizza? Are you good to go?
Yep. My favorite topping, of course, is hamburger and pineapple.
That's the most Texas thing that you just called beef hamburger. Should have chosen Italy.
You probably hate the Italian pizza.
I've seen Italian pizza. It looks like normal pizza, not like Domino's, but like as a New Yorker, what I consider to be normal pizza, it looks just like that. Every picture that has ever been sent to me by Italians of their pizza is just the same shit I have in New York. The only thing that could maybe differ is the taste.
Vulnerable cogitator stations in the area. Exact locations unknown. Tech priests predict moderate hostile presence.
I feel like I wouldn't mind living in Italy. But I wouldn't see a need to either. You know? Like, out of every European country...
I think the second they badmouth New York pizza, you'd be angry.
Out of every single nation in Europe, if I had to live in one, maybe Italy would be the one. For for two reasons. Number one, there's nothing particularly offensive to my lifestyle about Italy. And number two, pizza. Right? It's like the closest to New York that you can get outside of New York. Not too good to taste at all. I've heard the taste is great, but I don't know. I've never been there. I have been a distance across this country that rivals the entire length of Europe, but I have not been to another country.
I've been to Canada. That's about as far as I've ever gone.
I just don't see a need to go to another country. Also, that shit's expensive. A plane ticket from here to Europe is like $1,000 and back. It's like $1,000+. That's crazy. Do you know what I could do with $1,000+? You're supposed to say what?
What? What would you do?
I would buy a new, like, AMD's best GPU and CPU. Easy. Italians did go to New York in the past, yes. It's probably part of why we have such good pizza. Oh, we missed a room. Holy cow, I just noticed that. I'll have to fix that.
Pointed entry established. Harvesting data.
But yeah, I would just buy a bunch of PC parts. Why would I go to Europe for like one trip if I could just build the most omega awesome PC?
Data transfer complete. Terminating access.
Yeah, I've never really felt a need to visit Europe. I hear there's a lot of really cool spots. I'm just not sure that.
Oh God.
I could justify the money.
I just tried to auto run as if I was in Final Fantasy XIV.
No, that's not good.
And then when that didn't work, I tried to hold down left and right mouse button because that's another way to move in MMOs. And I got very confused where number one, hitting R, nothing happens, and right clicking starts firing my special attack. I was like, what is happening?
Reloads my gun.
Would you go if you were gifted tickets as a vacation? If it was free, then I don't see why not. But it's like if I had that money in front of me, I would just build the best PC ever. I would buy a bunch of pizza. I would, I don't know. You know, just something other than go to Europe. Because that's a lot of money. And I don't know how much it is to go to Canada, but...
Oh, I went to Canada just because I was already in Washington State at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because someone paid for tickets to visit family in Washington State, because that's where most of my family is. Washington State and Idaho and Illinois. So when you're already in Washington State, we just got into a car and just drove to Canada.
I feel like if you're already in America, you don't need to visit many other countries because America spans 11 non-standard time zones and 9 standard time zones. You can go to every, like, region of the world and stay in America.
I don't know. I think I'm way too busy for any of that.
I can make any amount of time that I want. It's just a matter of money, I guess. Like, I have nothing that would immediately tell me, no, you can't go somewhere, time-wise. There's not a lot of places that I would actually want to go. Like, you know where I want to go in the world? To the pizzeria. I want to go get milk tea. You know? I don't want to go to Singapore or France. I want to go get pizza. I want to go get milk tea. I want to go, I don't know, somewhere like that. I want to go to McDonald's. I want to go to a fancy restaurant and drink their wine. I don't care about anything else on the menu.
I mean, there's a few things I'd like to see in Japan, but I still couldn't justify the price of going there.
I wouldn't mind living in Japan, but I wouldn't volunteer for it.
I wouldn't want to live there either. But I'd like to visit once.
I do like how I can see your suppression status over your head. Oh, shit. Oh, I still got the loot. Nice. Most of my family lives East Coast, Texas Central. A lot of my family lives in the East Coast, yeah. Same.
Yeah.
From New York to Florida.
Live in the erroneous.
Shush you.
Time zone. And then I live in correct time zone.
Void Siphon Systems. All retinue members gain 2% energy shield leech. Also charges the player's shield. When player's shield reaches maximum value, it explodes, dealing the shield's full value as damage within medium range. Retinue slot effect. Connected member gets the same bonus and gains the exploding shield instead. That's funny. Yeah, I'm not much of a traveler anyway. I like to travel to the store to get stuff. You know? Like, I want to go to the deli and get a chicken cutlet on a hero, you know? That's where I want to travel to. I don't care about, like, the Eiffel Tower. Is the Eiffel Tower serving pizza? Does the Eiffel Tower sell milk tea?
It's funny. Is here in, like, where I live, there is Six Flags Over Texas. And one of the places there is an oil derrick that is similar to the Eiffel Tower. And I would go up to the observation deck. I haven't been to go see that in a long time. But, you know, I've done it, you know, as a kid. Way cheaper than going to France.
There's a mini Eiffel Tower nearby me. You can't go up it. It's just for show, but it exists.
It's just a really sizable expense.
Yeah. Traveling's expensive. Depending on... I've seen hotel stays that are like equivalent to the amount of money that I spend in a month. My expenditure of like... I remember I saw my expenditure could be matched over several months of my expenditure for one day of going... This might be exaggerating. It might be the whole, like, 3 or 4 days of going to PAX East. Just crazy. Insane.
Yeah.
Alright, ready for the next one?
Yep.
Okay. The war zone continues. I think we're in the next war zone. I didn't even look. We used to get nice stuff from delis. Yeah, dude, I had a deli on the corner. Every like 3 a.m. I would go there and get a chicken cutlet on a hero. Back during the VR chat days especially, I would because I would be recording and doing everything, and I remember I would get on my phone and get on Discord and get in Nags's VR chat server, because that was like the community hub, and I would get in where all of our combined viewers were, and then just bring them with me on my journey to the deli and just talk to them about, and they'd ask like, do you see any rats, do you see any like this, that, and the other thing, and I'd be like, nope, but I know where there's like a colony of roaches, because it's like 3 a.m. you know. Do you see a homeless guy? Nope, but I see a girl walking around in pajamas. And it's like, you know, 30, 20 degrees out. So I don't know how she's alive. But there you go. I lost health for the first time ever, DK.
Oh, wow.
Welcome to doing an over-leveled war zone. I was actually able to take damage. How did this loot get here? You know, one of the most common questions I've gotten in my life is, has something to do with owning a pizzeria.
I see.
I do love that in my life I've been so defined by pizza. Oh, a chest. An unmarked chest. Nice. Oh god, it's a tarp. If I still lived in New York City, I would definitely one day go out and just wrap my hair around my neck like a scarf. Like this. As I'm doing right now on my webcam. And then just walk around like this. And then just see if anybody says anything. Because you see a lot of crazy shit in New York City. Well, like, without me explaining and showing that this was my hair. Alright? Like, look away from the webcam if you're looking at it now. And then look back. And just pretend you don't know that this is my hair. What does it look like? It looks like I'm wearing a scarf. Right? It looks like I have like a collar or a scarf. I should do that. I should just sit on stream one day for like 11 hours, just like this. And see if anybody questions it. Because I think
I assure you, if anyone does question it, they're secretly shallow.
Alright, now I have to unwrap it. I'll tell you one thing, having just removed it, that shit's warm. That would work as a scarf. I could save money on scarves. Mortar. Hardly no R. Ow, the mortar hit me.
Less target to worry about. Keep going.
Here's one of those crazy places. Yes. You see a lot of crazy stuff all the time. One time, I went to the deli at like 3 in the morning to get a chicken cutlet on a hero. And there was some guy in there that asked me if I wanted to shower. And I think that was slang for do drugs. Based on the context of the entire conversation. Because he was just talking to me the whole time I was waiting on my chicken cutlet on a hero. And it was such a weird conversation that the man that was running the deli looked at me and he asked if I was alright. Implying that he would like kick the guy out or yell at him if need be. And I said I was fine. Because I'm from New York City, I'm used to dealing with crazy people. It's normal. But he just kept talking. Like, it was such a weird conversation. By the end of it, I feel like I was being invited to do drugs. But I could never figure out what drugs. But it could have just been complete nonsense, too. All the drugs? Holy mother of Nurgle Dreadnought. Woo, look at this. Oh, that's what that button does. Whoopsie. Okay. Weed. I don't know. That. I feel like I had heard all the weed slang by that point in New York. This was something different. Remember one time I was in Manhattan at like 2, 3 in the morning, and I went to Union Square, and there was a crazy guy there, and he was he was talking to some guy all friendly, and then he randomly starts yelling, and he picks up a bike and throws it at the guy. This is normal in New York City. 2 in the morning or not. Ugh. Hey. Trap rocket. How are you doing?
Pretty good, actually.
Oh, nice.
I'm actually getting to play my class.
Yeah?
It's weird. I'm using mechanics. It's crazy.
It's because this content is super over-leveled for us and has a lot of extra debuffs on top of that. Mines. I remember. This is one of these. I have a lot of these memories that just won't go away. But I remember one time I went to college, and this college was in a Hispanic neighborhood. Almost everyone that went to this college was Hispanic or black. I was like one of the only pale individuals in this college. And it was like very attention grabbing, you know, like you have a British person at your school and everyone's like, oh, that's the British person with the accent. They say bathroom. Well, even though half my family's Puerto Rican, because I'm pale, I was just known as the white guy that likes pizza a lot. And I remember one day I showed up and one of my friends was this really, really tall black guy. Like he towered over me. He's one of my friends. And he asked me what I had for breakfast that day. And I remember I told him nothing. He's like, why? You didn't have time? I'm like, nope, didn't have breakfast money. He's like, what are you gonna have for lunch? I'm like, I don't have lunch money. I'm gonna eat when I go home. And he was astounded by this. He was convinced that if you have my skin color, then you're rich. And so I completely shocked him. And after being in denial for about 10 minutes, he brought me to the cafeteria and bought me some food. I will never forget this because number one, it was funny. And number two, I got free pizza.
The best guy.
Yes. It was a weird college because like there would be these just groups in the hallway that would see me and ask where my pizza was or call me like pizza guy and then laugh. It was weird. It was like, I don't know, like I feel like if that was an attempt at bullying, I'd seen better attempts in kindergarten. Because, like, whatever they said, I agreed with them. Like, where's the pizza? I'm like, yeah, I wish I had pizza. Or, hey, it's the pizza guy. I'm like, that's right. I'm going to eat this in class. Looking forward to it. And to them, this was funny. To me, it was like, yes. I'm glad you're acknowledging my pizza addiction. It was weird. I felt like I had entered a school of individuals that didn't know how to bully. Like, I feel like I needed to give them tips. Reverse that in public school. What, did you give someone free pizza? I remember one time in my high school, there was this kid, Josh,
focus scans. Well done.
He went around asking everybody for money
Just a little longer.
so that he could get some pizza from the cafeteria, and nobody would give him the money to get the pizza. So he said, fine, I'll get it myself. And he went into the cafeteria line. And we were like, how the hell is he going to get pizza? He has no money. And then he came back holding nothing. And we were like, we thought you were going to get pizza. Where's your pizza? It's like, you didn't get it? He's like, no, I got it. We're like, where is it? And then he pulls it out of his fucking pocket. Starts picking the lint off of it. He's like, yep, here's my pizza. I was like, what the heck? And then someone asked him to get that person pizza through the same method. And he did. My man. We reached stage 6. Another new front is open. Location we thought to be safe. Eastern jungle line, far away from the main front lines. Almost nothing of value. Several Chaos Legion battalions found their way around the continent without detection, emerged in a threatening position on an unguarded flank. Capture a series defunct military outposts near the edge of the jungle. Use them as a bulwark. Okay. Doesn't mean anything, but okay. He's legendary. Is he? Kill... Oh god. Another one of these. Well, it says it's better. Oh, I just got this holy sensor earlier. I'm putting this one in the storage as well, because I don't know if this new thing's going to end up better. I don't know. But it could. Get a lot of this stuff from doing war zones, honestly.
Yeah. Excuse me.
You're not excused. How dare you? I can't believe you did it again. You will now have to serve 22 years in prison. Are you prepared?
Give me 1 second.
Not to continue the game for your 22 years in prison.
No. So I just got the Signum of Toxins. And I'm hoping that this does great things, because all the challenges feel like things that just naturally occur, and I haven't received a lot of equipment that just naturally occur.
Everything I'm getting like naturally occurs to some extent, except the thing of doing missions 4 levels or higher. That aside.
Like deal damage twice. Like I rolled the same thing twice.
Yeah, deal damage, dot, villain. Yeah, I got stuff like that.
But the thing is, like, I physically am using
that one. Is yeah, this one you got is really easy to do. Everything in there would happen naturally. Especially if you're not using meme virus, but right now with the Warzone overleveled that we're doing, it's fine. And then if I lunch, I pay people back. Usually I didn't need help with lunch. Usually. And if I did, I would just choose to not eat.
Generally in high school, I didn't eat.
I ate a lot in high school. I would wake up. I would not eat breakfast because I was not a fan of breakfast. Instead, I would start eating Smarties for the next couple hours until lunch. Just nonstop. I had about, and I've done the math, 2,000 calories worth of Smarties every day, on average. It fluctuated up and down. I then got to lunch in high school, and I would order the double chicken lunch. Big. And then, like, eventually, like, I did the pizzas instead, but, like, they weren't that good. And then I would keep snacking on Smarties for the rest of the day to reach that amount. I'd get home, still eating Smarties. Oh, one of these. Still eating Smarties. I would, then order pizza. I would order a large pie of pizza. Not a Domino's large pie of pizza. A New York 16-inch pie of pizza. That's what I would order. Why am I flashing?
You're taking constant damage.
Why are we taking constant damage?
We're in a lava planet, apparently.
I've never known these to do that.
Apparently, we're in a situation where we're taking constant damage.
In New York City, a large pizza is a 16-inch pie. Whereas in the fast food pizzerias, it's 14-inch.
A fine sacrifice for the Emperor.
Which is why I find it really weird when I like see a Domino's and they call it a large. I'm like, this isn't what I'd call large. You know? This doesn't feel large. Usually when these fast food places have some like New York crusts, they tend to make it like a 16-inch option because of that. But then I would eat that, and that was not my dinner. That was my food in between lunch and dinner. Because then my mom would start she would make actual dinner. And I would eat that. And then later, I would have a second dinner. And then I would have a snack before I went to bed. And by a snack, I mean I would sit in front of the TV for like an hour, eating goldfish nonstop. Like something like that, or like Cheez-Its. It's probably quite substantial. Like I was eating it out of like the big milk cartons of them, and I would go through these pretty quickly. All the while drinking 8 cans of Mountain Dew a day. This was literally like an 8,000 calorie a day diet of just complete garbage that I would eat every day of high school. Good times. And if I went out, then sometimes I would go to Barnes and Noble's, to their little cafe inside, to get these massive, like, these ridiculous, like, 800 calorie cookies they have, and I would get like 2 of those. And that would be like a snack, a dessert, you know? Those are good. Being a teenager is quite an experience. Only today have I realized that I can stack those pickups. Oh, you know, one thing that's funny is the phrase personal pizza. In the mind of most, they're thinking of those really tiny Pizza Hut things. That's like equivalent to buying a slice of pizza in New York City. That's what they're thinking. But in New York City, I went to my pizzeria down the block and I got a personal pizza. A personal pan pizza. Which is at least 8 times thicker than Pizza Hut's version. And much larger. It was 10-inch and it was like this thick. And that's what I knew to be the personal pizza. And I would eat that whole thing by myself, you know? That, to me, that was personal. That's what I would eat. As an adult, That was good. The nice thing about it was that it meant it was always made fresh. Instead of buying some slices, which could have been sitting out for a little bit, it was always fresh when they made that, because they didn't just leave those sitting around. And it only took them like 10 minutes to make. An actual pie of pizza would take longer. Because, you know, they'd have to actually make all the, like, prepare the dough in front of you. They don't have, like, pre-made dough like a Domino's. Huh. Cereal, toast, frozen waffles, no lunch bang was served, but not much till dinner. Yeah, I ate a lot. Oh, okay. Well.
You know, even taking damage, that wasn't too bad.
Had waffles for lunch. I love waffles. There's not enough waffles in my life for how much I like waffles. Or milk tea. Alright, so I'd be very happy if all the other houses around me got bulldozed, alright? And instead, you put a pizzeria, a milk tea place, a waffle shop, a donut place, just a bakery in general. Yeah, sounds about right. That would be nice. Another one of these. Suffer heat damage. Huh. Use the inoculator sounds weird, but I can just spam it. If they're upgrades, then you know what? Fuck it. Might as well use it. Red will stand out if I get any of those later anyway. At the very least. You know what I had for lunch? Ow. I had one of these for lunch. This was my lunch. It's popcorn. A little bag of popcorn.
I see. Did you like it?
Yeah. And for breakfast, I had a small TV dinner of lasagna. Alright. Art thou ready, Mr. Krabs?
I'm ready.
Oh god. The mission has a time limit, and each killed enemy adds some time.
I see.
That's one of the debuffs. Warzone, you're getting wild with these. They're concerning me. Hey, look at this wallpaper of this chick we killed. She's dead. I don't know what I'm looking for.
We have a
Tough
Yep.
nut to crack.
Starts with a 5-minute
Forces
timer.
are unable to launch an aerial strike on a bunker protected by counter battery units.
It goes up pretty quickly once you start killing hordes.
Then mark the bunker for the expurgation.
Okay, this time limit's no
While I feed you
problem.
the necessary data from
Look at how much that went up. From one little horde.
Yeah. It appears to be a fair time limit.
I'd have to walk away from my computer for this to be a problem. It's nice to not be taking damage constantly. I like that. I like when I'm not forever taking damage. Vortex fragments, wow. Mortar.
Kill confirmed. Target offline.
It's not really a kill, it's more like a power down. The timer's up to like 15 minutes now. This one sounds a lot scarier than it is. Oh, you went the other way.
Yeah.
Look out, here comes the army. The time to play your class is done. The army has arrived. When in doubt, point my staff and go pew. Alright. You're down.
Confirmed. Target offline.
Signum. Every time I hear Signum, I think Signum Rex. That wasn't his name. Graphical glitching. It's a little mini boss. So is that. I'm standing in fire. Intel and tarot cards. And a chest. Alright. Now you just need to turn off the mortar. Like how I can see through the ground the rest of the, like, mortars model.
Target neutralized. At
Weird.
this rate, you'll be back on board in no time.
Oh yeah, now we have to call an airstrike on the bunker. I always forget about this part. It also has a bunch of it underground. Don't know why. It's not like you'll ever go there.
Objective completed.
It literally just
Good
cracks
work down
open.
there. Is it heresy to think that these hostiles were a bit out of your league?
Yes, you're right. They were out of our league.
Technically, how overleveled they are out of our league.
Yeah, they were nothing. They were less than the people before.
A plasma pistol. Since this is so overleveled, oh my god! I just tried to open my Final Fantasy XIV inventory. I did Control I to open my armory chest. Okay, this is better. Yeah, it's better enough. Worth an upgrade, I'd say. It's not exactly amazing, but it's better enough. What I really need is like an orange one. And I got some meme virus. Ooh. I don't want to use that right now. Defeats the whole purpose of what I'm doing, but... 66% of damage taken to the energy shield is reflected back to the attacker. That's cool. This is a good one. Use it. Definitely. No. Don't need the rest of this. That's a lot of stuff. Alright. I am halfway through this level. Back to Warzone. I'm level 72, this is level 76. It's finally 4 levels above me. Are you ready?
Yep. I am ready.
When it's 4 levels above you, you deal 64% less damage and suffer 112% more damage. So you're dealing less than half your normal damage and taking more than twice the normal damage. That's at 4. You're now at 5. But I have some of my gear now wants me to have like missions level 4 levels or higher done to unlock some of the stats. So I figure why not? Let's just go for it with Warzone. Make some Warzone progress. Get some more XP.
Several warp rifts are active in the area. Don't stay in that cesspit any longer than necessary, Inquisitor.
Cesspit. Oh my god, a side mission. Yay.
Potentially useful assets, but their current situation is terminal. Immediate action.
We did it. We saved them.
Reconnaissance force relieved. Send basic. Follow and protect order to the survivors.
We actually got one. That means we need 3 more. 3 more side quests for the skill tree. I wasn't hunting them. We're just doing Warzone. So that's good. This is just something that I would do anyway. Die, maggot, die. Although it's terrifying how much Warzone we've done and that we've only gotten one to spawn. It is something like every 10 missions that could have a side quest end up having one. Something like that. Warp gate. Dead.
One less gateway into the madness.
Oh, shit. That's not cute. But you're not even over here.
I'm over there in spirit.
What were you doing?
There were a bunch of enemies that were attacked you from the rear, and you left, and I held the rear.
I have to remember to use my tarot cards. I found so many of them. I just haven't used any. It's not relevant until I do an open world mission, but still, remembering to use them is smart. Whoa, speed buff. For the Emperor. Debuffs galore.
The gate is closing, but reality is still bleeding into the warp.
Those poor soldiers are getting attacked. Enemies just showed up and started killing them. Well, it's time to die for your Emperor. Like how they've split up, and some of them are with you, and some of them are with me, I think. Oh no, those are just your clones.
Yeah, some of those guys did come and help me.
It's gonna be weird to go back to normal difficulty after this. Where things are gonna start dying in like one shot again.
Yeah.
Alright, nothing over here. Whoa. Look how the moment I point my staff at something, all my guys just run up to it. It's like they know.
You have been marked for death.
It's a lot easier than giving them the actual commands I can give them. Those commands give them buffs, but I never use them, so I hardly keep track of what they do. Damage buff. Interesting. When I give a faraway move order by clicking instead of holding, the AI actually, my AI, knows where I'm going in the end and runs ahead of me with all their special movement buffs.
Slightly depressing, isn't it?
A chest. Alright. Looks good to me.
There's some loot over here that I need to pick up. Okay. That's all I missed.
$25 fate from a challenge completed. Oh yeah, there's challenges for doing level 4 levels or higher. 2 missions in a row without dying. Uh-huh. Another very similar one. What do all these want? Three missions level 4 or higher. Okay, cool. So I only need to do one more of these. And then we're good. Everything's unlocked. What do we have? Is it good for anyone? These are not the colors that are usually good. The purple can be. Decon. Well, with these level discrepancies, it's gonna be a minute before we need to do any more Warzone after this. +3 Serenity. Oh wow. That's cool. Energy shield for retinue members per devotion spent. That's cool. I think I'll get rid of this red one. Yeah, this is a decent upgrade. Let's see. Are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, battle 54. I guess that this does go up to like 100 then. Funny, because the original thing said 50, something else said 100. It's gonna go all the way up to level 100, I'm sure.
We find out the developers are adding more war zones as we're playing.
I'd be really impressed to see like an MMO that can functionally add a new quest every day. If there was ever an MMORPG that I played forever, it would be something like that. Where I could log in every day and have a new quest to do.
Be strong and give them no quarter.
Now, I don't think many could do that.
They found that it's way harder than they thought it would be. And way too expensive.
Fuck. Why can't I open this? There's a chest back here, But I can't open it. Can you open this? I think the big monument's in the way.
There you go, opened it.
Yeah, the monument was in the way.
It's okay. We knew how to solve that problem.
With a
Use
gun.
my big butt.
Solves everything. Violence, the answer to all everything.
The answer to
Everything that
many
needs answers.
problems.
Yeah. The solution we have always had. But the solution that we never deserved. Midgets. Get them. Wow, that's a lot of midgets. Holy cow. Chain fire. It actually has to chain now that they're so strong compared to us. He has a gun. He's dead. I like how they kept attacking it even after I killed the guy that was on it. What in the data center server storage is this?
This is where the Star Ocean is kept.
Yeah.
This is where we keep the Ocean of Stars.
I don't know if it fits in there. These things don't even spawn in until I enter the room. It's weird.
They were hiding in the servers.
I'm excited to go back to doing normal damage and not less than half. This goes to show how undergeared you can be, because I'm undergeared even for the stuff that we're doing on normal, which means I'm extra undergeared for all these debuffs. Yet, look how well we're doing. So you can be extremely undergeared in this game and be just fine. Meanwhile, in Guild Wars 2, if you have any discrepancies between yourself and the meta for how to get a raid done in rotation or gear, it is impossible to complete it. Game design can be vastly different. I wonder if I will ever play the first Guild Wars.
I don't know. That is a question only Rez could answer to Rez.
Well, Rez doesn't have the answer. He's not sure. I know they're making a
DJ
third
definitely doesn't know. If DK did say something, you could just pick something different.
Yeah. You know, at some point I should play a game where, oh, a chest, where I play a knight and I just call it DK3D.
Really? Yeah. Siege of Avalon might turn into that for you.
Why?
There's not really magic in that game. Siege of Avalon is a more knightly CRPG.
Uh-huh.
It's also a bit more story heavy.
And I've played many story-heavy CRPGs. What are you comparing it to?
They kind of did the whole Morrowind thing where every single NPC could be talked to and you could ask them their entire backstory if you want to.
Alright.
Like, the janitor has a backstory, you know?
I didn't find Morrowind's text to be too bad. The game that I found the worst for that
Treasure.
was called Inquisitor. Not this one. Just the whole name is Inquisitor. You can ask every NPC about not only their backstories, but about every single quest that you get in the entire game. Like, if you get a quest to search a village...
Can't be purchased anymore.
For a, what's it called? For, I don't know, like something. You can not only ask everybody in that village about the something that you're looking for, you can go across the entire map and start asking everyone over there about it. And they have dialogue for it.
Well, that's great.
It's
I still gotta
awful.
play that one day.
And what are you talking about you can't buy it? I'm looking at the Steam page right now and you can buy it.
Am I thinking a different Inquisitor game?
You might be. Because this one is definitely still purchasable. It's $10.
Oh, you know what? I'm sticking to other Warhammer 40k game.
Yeah, what I'm talking about has nothing to do with Warhammer.
Okay, I was thinking of the one for the named Inquisitor. I forgot his name. You actually gave that one a good review.
Eisenhorn?
Eisenhorn, that's it.
I liked Eisenhorn. It was buggy, but I liked it.
It's a shame they lost their license.
So is the way of third-party IPs.
But, you know, thankfully, since I already picked that up, I don't have to worry about that. I can just play it one of these days.
There was only like 2 parts of Eisenhorn that I didn't like. And they were like the boss fights. Because not only are you just a random Inquisitor fighting like a space marine or something, you feel like a little Inquisitor fighting a space marine. Unlike in this game where you slaughter space marines left and right, they make a space marine into a big boss. And it feels like you are fighting a space marine. It's an awful experience. Like, he will guaranteed slaughter you unless you do something special, basically. It's not even close. Like, you fight him twice, and the first time you fight him, I think I died like 5 times. Trying to figure out what the game wanted me to do. Second time wasn't so bad. Challenge completed. Yay, look at all this stuff. I didn't level up, but I've done all that I needed to do. So we can return to our regular scheduled program. What is our regularly scheduled program, DK?
To try to take over the world.
Well, if it's regularly scheduled, no wonder we can't pull it off. Explains a lot. Chainsword and rod.
I was attempting to get DK and Rez to turn into that song for Pinky and the Brain, but that required too much effort. like I was going like DK and Ren, DK. Ren. One is a genius, the other one's insane. I don't know if you're familiar with Pinky and Brain.
No.
Ah, okay.
Oh, I still have to use the inoculator 15 times. Forgot about that. I did everything else. I just need to use the inoculator 15 times. But everything else is done. I have a lot of much better gear now, thanks to those war zones. So that's nice. No crafting needed. Thank you, war zones. We will leave you at battle 55. That's crazy to think we're only just past the halfway point of the non-repeatable warzone battles. I guess we got 2 side quests done today, because we're at 13 of 15 on the Stalwart Servant for that skill tree. Nice. Are you ready to board the Martyr and kill some Nurgle?
Sure, let's do it.
Alright. Kill the Nurgle. We still need relics of Nurgle. We have only got 137 out of 180. I'm amazed. It feels like we get way more, but somehow we don't. Nurgle! I smell food. I can smell it. It exists. Somewhere. Whoosh.
Inquisitor, the Martyr has begun transmitting bursts of new spheric bleed. It is a call for help initiated by the machine spirit. The message asserts that the main contact room is under attack. Sequential shutdown.
Everything dies so fast now, it's wonderful.
I'm not surprised, Soviet, to hear that the stream is lagging. This game is sometimes a little questionable. So I assure you it's probably not your end. This game is both running at 150 frames per second and like 10, you know.
Yeah, it fluctuates.
This game is highly heretical. I wasn't sure I was going to bother streaming this, but I figured, you know, I might as well.
And how do you feel now that you have?
It's fine. I don't know if Soviet recognized the thumbnails I used. Because I referenced our Warhammer 40k RP in that.
Secondary computational litanies show an exponentially growing demonic presence on the ship.
Where are those demons coming from?
Unknown.
I don't know if I went down here or not. Gotta make sure. I've used my inoculator twice. 13 more times to go. Plague Marine. My inoculator cooldown is so long with the way I have it set up.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a couple missions to use it 15 times. I'm not changing it. I don't care. My ears are bleeding.
By the way, my plan is to go till 4, and then I'm gonna eat something.
Uh-huh. Oh. We have to defend this.
Yep.
I have used the inoculator. Why is my guy's voice so quiet?
Indeed. The machine spirit has calculated the chances of a total system malfunction. It is 98.5% and growing.
Die, heretic. I love how fast things die again. It's nice. Somehow some credits got into a wall. I don't know how this happened. Okay.
Well, I would roll into it for you, but your credits and my credits are not the same thing.
I got him. They're going around the other side. Go back, DK.
What's that?
Okay, never mind. I'll go back. They went around the side you were originally defending, and they've now reached the cogitator.
I misunderstood, sorry. Man, I'll just sit here.
Prepare for another wave of hostiles.
Understood.
2 more minefields. Easy, and it only took a little bit of damage. What are you shooting?
There were a bunch of people over here. I no longer know what's going on. Ah, now I know what's going on.
Attack. Charge. Movement speed, attack speed. Why are they all coming from this side?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sitting behind my pillar and guarding it.
Damn. Enemies. Enemies.
The bad thing about your squad is y'all like to destroy all the cover that I'm using.
What cover?
My pillar.
There's no cover in this game.
Lies.
What's cover? I've never used it. I just walk around like a badass right up to someone's face and shoot him with a pistol. You know what game I wish had stayed relevant?
That.
War Z. The thing that copied DayZ and named itself War Z. And then they had to change their name because the movie War Z came out and sued them. That was a fun game for progression because it was like DayZ, but there was a bank and a market board.
Primary objective completed.
So that was cool.
Triggering secondary objective.
I'm about to access the data crooks.
And they also eventually had like PvE servers too, so you could just like run around and gather gear
To activate your most complex security protocols.
and sell it. It was great.
Extremely sensitive cogitator file. I found something that could put the entire Alpha Pariah project into perspective.
Secondary brain functions rerouted to execute holy chants of encryption.
I also need an update on the current situation.
Situation is critical. Sensors indicate a growing number of localized bursts of warp energies on the ship.
Give me the location of the closest anomaly.
Ah, check the anomalies. No, I will check the other directions instead. Please and thank you. Ah, now that I'm not over there, I have FPS. Well, we must come over here for the story later, because there's no way to open this door.
I'm killing the people on the other side of this locked door. It's hilarious.
Alright. Well, I guess both of these rooms will have something to do with the main story objectives. That's very rare.
I used my AoE to kill the people on the other side of the door.
Destroyed seals are transforming into local warp gates. Explains the growing ratio of infestation.
Seals should not turn into chaos corruption.
Inquisitor, your chances of successfully reducing the threat level on the entire ship have been reduced to 0.67%.
Why not?
The Empyrean seals form a complex matrix on the Martyr. The destruction of the seals fractured the matrix, releasing a constant tide of demons onto the ship. At this rate, the Martyr has an 87.67% chance of turning into a demon engine. Destroying the pustules on this subdeck might buy you some extra time.
Hell, most of the enemies on this map are not actually Nurgle, which is annoying. Loot. Some of these things at the end, like the bosses, are Nurgle, but most of the normal enemies are not Nurgle, despite the fact that they're supposed to be Nurgle. Oh yeah, I forgot to use my inoculator more. It's hard to remember to do that. Empyrean seals. Ugh. I got stuck on some Nurgle gunk. Kill the pustule.
To introduce myself. I am the prophet of decay, harbinger of plague and pestilence, servant of the mighty Nurgle, and I bid you welcome. How do you like your new fortress, the Martyr?
Trust me.
God, his breathing.
I'm truly baffled by your lack of manners, Inquisitor. My only wish is to make a deal with you without resorting to violence. I know that you are trying to find a creature which shouldn't exist. I want that thing out of my ship, see? We can help each other. If you refuse, I have ways of destroying that entire section of the ship.
Thanks to its shielding, you can do nothing that would harm the chamber.
Are you truly willing to risk that possibility? I don't think so. I believe that we might come to some understanding. Come and meet me on Subdeck Beta 7. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person.
How did he do that breathing? Oh my god.
Well, I guess.
Whoa. That breathing was crazy. That sounds like something you'd have to be really sick to sound like. I don't know how you just make yourself sound like that.
Professional.
Professional. Professional breather. Aren't we all professional breathers?
I don't know. I consider myself a rookie breather.
But being a professional has nothing to do with being good at it. It just means you do it for a living. And we all breathe for a living. So we're all professionals.
I don't know. I assume a higher quality of breathing from a professional.
Do you assume a higher quality of cashiering from a professional cashier that works at Walmart?
Yes. Yes.
Really?
I believe them to be more efficient than a rookie cashier.
What if that rookie cashier is just really talented?
I don't expect that. That would be a surprise. That would be the underdog story. And it would be a...
This is America. It's all about the underdogs here.
You know, that's a condition.
Mom's a condition. That's right, I said it. How does that make you feel?
Concerned.
Concerned? But why?
Because I feel like we've approached an area in which you know my mom, which would be weird.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Give me Nurgle or give me death. But not both. Because that would be heresy. Why does it have to be Nurgle?
Well, Nurgle knows what you do.
What does Gabriel kill? I forget. Something to do with Nurgle.
Gabriel kills a lot of things.
I remember him killing this really gigantic demon that's like supposed to be some summoning of like Nurgle or some really high-ranking thing of his. I forget.
You will be walking into a trap.
One of the final bosses.
By the Emperor, yes. Charge into the middle of that toxic, unholy gathering and smash them to bloody pieces. Absolutely. But I am Astartes.
I am an Inquisitor.
Why doesn't Caius charge in then? Why is he just sitting on the damn ship all the time?
You know what? I was trying to figure out the word I was looking for. It was Inferkenophilis, and I fear that you're following that particular procedure.
I leveled up. We've killed an apostle of Nurgle. Only the bosses are Nurgle. Hi, Lane.
You are entering another data reliquary of the Martyr. Access the data crux for useful information.
Access your mom for useful information. What the fuck? What are these laser skulls? Ugh. Nurgle Hellbrute. Yummy. Mm-mm. Gotta remember to use the damn inoculator. I've used it 10 times, apparently. I don't feel like I've used it 10 times.
We are prepared for evasive maneuvers, but the ship has remained stationary. How did they find the Martyr at all? And this has drawn the attention of their god to the ship?
Something like that, yes. It must have been enough to allow Nurgle's plague sorcerers to...
Emergency.
Oh, whoops.
Communication protocol. Active.
I didn't mean
Is
to
that
click
too
it.
buck?
Interface.
It is an honor talking to you, spirit of the machines.
The thing in the walls is stirring.
That does sound like Tupac.
Snared. Will be set free.
You are speaking in riddles. I must know more.
Every broken seal drains energy from the arcane.
That's definitely him.
Security grid. The prime seal still contains the most
Also, the Keeper from Dragon Age Origins. Don't forget that.
The thing in the walls. A demon that haunts the Martyr.
Alpha subject is in danger. System shutdown in progress.
So we killed demons. We killed so many demons that Nurgle looked at the ship and he decided he wanted it for himself. Because we killed too many demons. Isn't it funny how that works?
No.
You try to kill some demons and then it draws more demons. What are you supposed to do?
Pretend there are no demons. I mean, that was Big E's plan, right?
Rogue Psyker Summoner. Hi, DK. Bye, DK.
Hi. Hi.
So many of these rooms have these stupid skulls that when they detect you, they summon mines.
Priest asked me to convey a message. This is what I'm reduced to, an errand boy.
These are like data
to warn you. 99.2% of the Empyrean seals have been corrupted by the plague-infested scum.
That's a lot.
The way I see it, it leaves you with a much easier task. Kill that prophet, destroy the warband, and get to the chamber. For the Emperor.
Why don't you do that, Caius?
He's busy.
If that's your
He's playing
real
Scrabble.
name.
Rez, how is he gonna complete his game of Scrabble with the tech priest?
I don't think he likes the tech priest.
Yes, that's why he has to defeat him in honorable Scrabble combat.
Welcome to my humble abode, Inquisitor.
Ugh.
The prophet of
This
the
guy.
king will grant you an audience now.
What do you want, creature?
How about this? I don't want to destroy the ship, nor the stasis chamber, but I will if you don't comply.
Whatever happens to the ship, Uther's barrier will keep the Alpha Pariahs safe.
Completely plausible. Tiberius was a clever one, and unlike your kind, he was in fact bold enough to experiment beyond your foolish limitations. But what if you are wrong?
You're just babbling now.
Right. See, the heart of the curious psychic barrier he created is a seal with one of us trapped inside. Even if I break all of Uther's seals, I need his rosette to open up the prime seal.
Is that all you can offer?
Why? I want to liberate the Great One. And you want that fake in the chamber. Let's make a deal then. You give me the
He's
rosette,
breathing.
and I leave Uther's unique black soul to you.
I wasn't planning to negotiate with you, creature. But I always enjoy watching how your kind tries to lure victims with such feeble attempts.
Wonderful. I was planning to kill you anyway. Isn't it great that we can both stick to our traditions?
Ow.
Are you all right, Inquisitor?
I'm fine. But with all the seals corrupted, the whole ship is in danger.
Your tech priest finally has some heartening news. Some of those seals are still intact. That might buy you some time.
It's time to open the stasis chamber then.
His breathing's getting annoying. Well, he's dead, so you don't have to hear it anymore. You know, that's some other good advice for Dragon Age. Never negotiate with a demon. Just kill them. Doesn't matter what they say, what they threaten, what they do. Kill the demon. You cannot trust a demon, ever.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of demons.
And definitely don't trust the pride demon to not be prideful.
I leveled up. Leveled up. That's all my Puritan upgrades for now. Back to the single DPS. It's been a while. Ah. I don't think this will be any good. No, sir. No, sir. Where's my damn button? Right, none of this is anything that I need. Are you ready to open the stasis chamber of the Alpha Pariah?
Yep, let's do it.
Alpha Pariah. I think there's only 5 chapters in the base game main story. So we're getting pretty close to the end of it. The base game. Prophecy aside and other post-game things aside.
I'm approaching the stasis chamber.
Cut through the chaos infestation. and
It's a
get to
straight
the
line.
area.
That was the plan, yes.
Good plan.
Tech priest, I found another
Good plan.
The previous data cracks proved to be a highly valuable source of information. You should access it, Inquisitor.
Every time I use the inoculator, it counts as 2 uses for some reason, but I don't mind.
Might be how your inoculator, so
Yeah, something about it.
it may be that you have it set up to be more expensive, so it's worth more, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I don't mind, it makes it easier.
Access the data crux. Ready to
In a
input
way.
data.
This needs to remain confidential, Tech Priest.
Understood, Inquisitor.
The Alpha Pariah.
I wouldn't trust a tech priest to keep anything secret.
Is it secret? Is it safe?
I assure you that secret's being sold on the market. It's going to other tech priests. They work for the cult of Mars. They don't give a crap about any of the things that like we think about as members of the Imperium.
Nurglings. There's so many of them.
It's almost like they don't want us to do this or something.
What? No. Whatever would give you that idea? What makes you think you could understand the motivations of chaos? That's pretty heretical. How can you know without being one of them?
I just kind of assume that often enough that if Chaos is saying they don't want us to do something, they may in fact want us to do that thing.
The nature of the force field is beyond our expertise. However, if you have doubts about finding this alpha subject, we have analyzed all related data we have gained from the data crux.
Do you have any idea what she could be?
Rest assured, she's a healthy specimen, both physically, mentally, and emotionally. I can't comment on her capabilities, though.
Huh.
What is happening?
Empyrean seal network collapsed. Barrier destroyed.
But that wasn't supposed to happen.
Correct. However, with 96.4% of the network destroyed, the barrier couldn't resist the burst generated by the rosette.
And what exactly does that mean?
Prime Seal has been destroyed. Stored demonic essence will be released.
Are you telling me that by opening the barrier, I have unleashed that thing trapped on the ship?
Correct. Sensors indicate a colossal
Sounds like heresy.
energy manifesting in the stasis chamber.
I'll make the necessary preparations on the ship then before I enter.
Man, we've already had like 2 Inquisitors try to kill us. Can you imagine how many Inquisitors will try to kill us when they hear that we released a gigantic demon on this ship? Which is exactly what
technically,
Chaos wanted all along.
We would be releasing a void. And I don't know where the Inquisition holds on voids, because like they're super critical to the Empire. On the other hand, no one likes them, and it's like, but like just their physical existence feels like heresy, even if it's not.
Well, no. We also released a gigantic Chaos demon.
But you know, that's a Saturday, you know.
The thing we were trying to release makes sense, the girl, but we also accidentally released Big Chaos Demon in the process. Alright. Are you ready to enter the stasis chamber?
No, yeah, I have to send you something to assist you with your preparations.
Okay. This might be the final boss. Preparations. Oh, that is better than what I have. Barely, but it is better. Even with so many fewer effects on it, it's still, even the game considers it better.
Well, I'm glad. I have no idea what kind of plasma pistols you have equipped. I know that there's a chance that you would appreciate a plasma pistol.
Yeah. This one's good.
And this is an example of a weird thing I super hyper focus on. And remember that you like plasma pistols.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the only weapon I use, so I don't think that's really surprising.
Yeah, but it's just a weird detail I've like super hyper focused on.
Alright, are you ready to enter the stasis chamber?
Let's do it.
Yeah, this is giving me final boss vibes. The moment of reckoning is upon me.
Talk to me, man. What do I have to do to wake up the Alpha Pariah from stasis?
My understanding is that the stasis pods are stored in a colossal shaft. You must activate the retrieval mechanism at the cogitator first. I'll guide you through the rest after that. But there is something else.
What is it?
In loaded schematics, place a room near you as Uther's meditation
I spawned in alone, so I assume you're up here.
Yeah, letting story play before I interact with things.
Oh, you have a story? I have no idea.
I have bad feelings about this. I need more information.
Okay.
Did you find anything interesting, Inquisitor?
That would be an understatement.
I wish we could discuss that without it leading to an immediate mind wipe.
Wise thinking. I'm on my way to the cogitator. I'm at the cogitator.
Our serfs digested the data pulp from the Uther's cogitators, and we have the registry number for the pod.
I will call it up immediately. And then?
The pod will be transferred to the Chamber of Awakenings.
How long will all that take?
The servitors will start the necessary protocols. They also provide clothes and rejuvenating tinctures for the subject. It will take some time, though.
I don't really have much time, Margos.
It is true. The readings from the stasis chamber are extremely disturbing. The fluctuation of warp energies indicates a greater manifestation.
What? Okay. Defeat the Great Unclean One. Oh God.
Emperor, grant me strength during my greatest battle.
Oh God, the camera.
Projected outcome of failure is total destruction.
Oh my. I see why they angled the camera like that. Also, Jesus, this is using 100% of my GPU. This game was not designed for this camera angle.
I just realized I successfully poisoned the unclean one, and I think that's hilarious.
He has chains. It's the girl. She's running in slow motion. What the hell? I don't think this matters. We're just breezing through. Yeah. Oh God.
Wait, is something happening for you?
Yeah, she's banishing it.
Well, my game is just a black screen.
Oh.
Inquisitor, the demon wasn't just banished. Its unholy essence has been utterly absorbed. It is unable to be reborn, not even in the Immaterium.
Are you certain about that?
The readings are conclusive. This changes everything, Inquisitor. I need time to evaluate the implications.
With the greater demon gone, a part of the Chaos God has been destroyed forever. Soon she will be the most sought-after individual in the galaxy.
Okay. Well, now my cutscene's not proceeding, I assume because you're frozen.
Right. I will close my game then.
But basically, she banished the demon, so it's perma-dead. Perma-hurting
that's pretty useful.
Nurgle.
Let me see if I can join back in the mission.
Yeah, you try that. Nurgle's demon there was also quite a bit of a loot pinata as well.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. He dropped a lot of stuff. A lot of really good red stuff.
Reconnect. Okay, I'm attempting to reconnect.
Okay. This doesn't help me.
Okay, I am loading in.
Okay.
I don't care if I get any of this loot. I just don't want to have to redo this mission. Because that's like redoing this mission on my time.
Well, you're here.
And you know, I have important things to do, like grinding and Star Ocean.
You are joining the mission.
That's good.
I don't know where you are. Oh, you're in the other room.
I'm back.
Hi, come look and see if you have this giant pile of loot.
No.
No?
I'm not allowed this loot. This loot is not for me.
Okay.
Who are you?
In a few levels it'll all be irrelevant anyway.
I am an Inquisitor of the Holy Ordos. I've been looking for you for a very long time. You are safe. Do you know who you are?
I don't know. I don't remember. Did I just kill this creature?
You are the greatest weapon in the history of mankind, and you need to be protected at all costs.
I can sense the power in me, but I can't control it. What is happening to me?
Believe me, you are special. You can change the future of the Imperium, for better or worse.
Oh, I'm sliding.
This is where you bring the maybe a couple of Sisters of Silence to keep watch over her.
Oh.
What is happening here?
You have fulfilled your task, Inquisitor. From now on, I will continue to execute the orders of Uther Tiberius.
Open this door now!
There is no other optimal outcome which would guarantee the safety of the Alpha subject at this moment. To allow the Inquisition to take possession of the Alpha subject would threaten her very existence, which is conflicting with my sacred orders.
This is heresy.
This is the will of Uther Tiberius. I will protect her until she can reach her full potential. The Utherian theorem must be executed until she is ready to launch Stage 3 against the forces of Immaterium.
I will find her. I will destroy you.
I strongly advise that you leave now. The warp engines have been activated. Circumstances will shortly be suboptimal for living organisms.
I will hunt down this ship and I will rescue her.
I am looking forward to meeting you again in the future, Inquisitor. Omnis Zombie praised. Now leave.
Tech Priest, I want you to open this door for me immediately.
Time is running out. Navigational systems have been activated. The Martyr has turned on the warp engines. Geller's shields are still compromised.
I don't care.
There is
Shoot the
a
warp
78.3%
engines.
chance that warp travel will kill you.
Then she will die as well.
Collected data indicates that the Alpha subject could protect herself from the negative effects of the warp travel.
Yeah, she's a
Curses
void.
upon you, Uther Tiberius.
Why don't we just shoot the engines of the ship?
I think if we successfully hit the engines, I think the whole ship would explode. Which might be slightly counterproductive.
You did not pop into my world. But the bar is full. I think that's the one dialogue and that's the end of the base game.
I found the Alpha Pariah. She is the weapon that could be our salvation or our total destruction. And I let her slip through my fingers.
The Martyr is preparing to enter the warp. Is the Alpha Pariah dead?
The Alpha
Oh, I'm
Pariah
getting
is
a
very
cutscene
mature
ending
life. She's still
of the
looking
Martyr
for
flying
protection.
away.
In a way.
What happens now?
I have a strong suspicion that we have not heard the last of her. She has a grand destiny to fulfill, but I swear by the Emperor, should she turn against what I hold sacred, I will destroy her.
Now I have a cutscene. We can see our ship too, kinda. It's very tiny.
I mean, compared to a Gothic class. I assume ours is a cruiser.
What happens if an orc shows up right now and wogs and goes right through the Martyr?
Oh, I'm getting credits now.
There it goes. Into the warp. It's an ominously slow process. It's gone. Ah, achievement. You have finished the main campaign of the game. Huzzah. Investigation completed. 10 fate. 2k XP. It's funny, the credits showed prophecy, even though we haven't done prophecy.
We received an urgent message while you were away.
And it enables
It was
prophecy.
Goslar. Again.
You don't sound delighted, Captain. Not that I blame
Okay,
you.
apparently I've started prophecy.
Inquisitor, since your investigation has
Damn it,
you
Helena.
serve the Imperium in more direct ways. The holy orders of the Inquisition need you in the Nereus system.
Nereus
urgently.
again.
As of today, we have lost contact with the Tempestus Citadel. the main stronghold of the Caligari Conclave. This is a heavily fortified star fort, protected by Imperial battleships and other more exotic measures. This communication blackout is highly unusual. We suspect sinister reasons. For this reason, I strongly recommend that you travel to the Nereus system and offer assistance to the Tempestus Citadel. Should you experience any hostile activity, deal with it with extreme resolve. The Emperor protects.
Damn, Inquisitor Helena.
We have received word from various rogue trader contacts in the Atroxia subsector that an ancient battered fortress monastery has been spotted in the Draco system at various times. It is refusing to answer all hailing.
By the Emperor. The Martyr has returned from the warp. This is colossal news, Captain.
I wanted to make sure that it was not a false alarm, but all subsequent astropathic messages confirm that it is indeed the Martyr, docking at Port Valentius. Star Map
Is this
has been
another
updated with the
storyline?
coordinates.
We have no time to lose then. This is my chance to shed light on the true mystery of the Alpha Pariah.
If she is still alive.
Yes, that is another one. Chaos Undivided. Chaos Undivided. That was a different storyline that we already did a bunch of too. Interesting how they continue that storyline in Chaos Undivided instead of it being its own thing. I'm not sure how this ties in with the rest of Chaos Undivided. Prophet. We killed the prophet. Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with that, but okay. So we have prophecy. Wait, is prophecy the one? I'm so confused.
Yeah, prophecy is the,
okay, so prophecy is the
expansion
one with that. Chaos Undivided, though, is also a thing. It specifically starts when you are out of the base campaign. The fact that she addressed it like that made it sound like that would be prophecy. Weird. Well, I guess this has something to do with the rest of Chaos Undivided, then. Dark Apostle Gang, Word Bearers, Gang. The gang? The gang.
The gang's all here.
Interesting. That's not everything, too, because there's still another storyline like this that hasn't been unlocked. And we still don't have the Agartha subsector, so there's still 3 priority assignment DLCs that we have to do. But cool, we beat the base game. How do you feel?
I feel it's really great because I called for 4 o'clock to be an ending point, and we beat the game at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So I'm quite pleased with that.
Yes.
And also, oh man, we're 12 relics of Nurgle short.
On mine, we're 18.
162 out of 180. I guess that is 18. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'm bad at math. I looked at that wrong. It's okay.
Oh, I mean, on your own time, you could just go hunt down some Nurgle if you want.
But Raz, that would get in the way of me grinding and starving. I'm kidding. It's a joke. I mean, that is a joke. That was the hypocrisy of me, like, going, oh, I don't want to grind in this game. I'm going to grind in this game.
Yeah. Well, it's up to you.
I think I'm way too lazy to do that.
I don't think any of this stuff resets for another 2 days. Probably on Monday. Yeah, it's dinner time for DK.
Yeah, I want to eat something. I'm going to eat the french fries from... I ate, like, some of my french fries and a sandwich. It was a mushroom Swiss hamburger for breakfast, and that's all I've eaten today.
Yum.
So I'm starving.
Go eat.
So I'm going to go eat.
All right.
Eat the delicious food.
And I shall end this stream.
All right.
I think my next stream will be Final Fantasy on Monday. that is all for
guys,
today.
it's that time again. But remember, you're always loved. Take care. Have a wonderful day. Bye. And a special goodbye.